do that? Can they
react?
No, they can't.
Oh, dang. They can't do anything but just listen.
Yeah.
They're just a little cuck. They're a little cuck down there. They can't do anything.
Well, we're going to be on YouTube. He really wanted to listen to my grocery story, I guess. It's his favorite. Yeah, but in Chicago, you're right. They were pecking my stuff. I'm like, what?
Abby, you have one story about America, and if you talk about it one more time. All right, Abby.
I don't like Chicago, and I hear a noise in the bush.
What do you mean one story? I have so many stories.
There was a noise in the bush, and it was a scary man.
I've
been to America because you went to Chicago. All right.
I've been to San Diego as well.
You went to San Diego, Chicago, and you think you know America.
And Los Angeles.
Listen, I don't want to. I was gonna say something. I was like, I don't want to dox myself. And actually, because there's an on here, I won't say anything though.
Oh my God,
when you realize that the people don't want you.
When do you realize you might actually have to campaign instead of like fucking recording Clubhouse?
No, I bet John knocks on doors. I bet he does.
Could you imagine John Kitover knocking on your door?
It's a scary sight. Don't get me wrong. But I think he knocks on doors. That was my recording device. Don't worry about it.
That was funny.
No, that was something I applied that was charging.
And the sound is so nice.
How many days until you start your new job?
Start on Monday.
No more Keegan.
Just
You will be missed.
you could be like fucking Diogenes and go on Clubhouse or on the bar and get in the Matrix every 5 seconds.
It's real.
Good morning.
Good morning.
He left. So what did you guys do for Memorial Day?
Didn't do shit.
You went to the beach to, like, in the cold? You said it was cold.
No, it was hot down there. I felt like an asshole. Like, I came in with, like, my fucking sweater on, and then I was like, it's so fucking hot. It sucks. I take it off.
Yeah, it was pretty hot here yesterday too. We just like smoked some meats and hung out with the family, just barbecue style. It was pretty nice. I'm in an underpopulated area, so the beach here is never crowded.
Machine does this.
That's nice.
Yeah. How did you know it was Memorial Day, Abby?
Because all these people on this app keep on talking about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't know.
I
Are you
remember.
done? Oh, sorry. What's that?
No, nothing. No, I was about to say something irrelevant.
You always do, Kim.
Yeah, I know.
So was I. It's okay.
I was thinking about Memorial Day, like patriotism and stuff, and when I was at a sporting event, and I was like walking to, like I was already like in the, not the hall, but like around I wasn't in my seat during the, Harry pays the NFL to like fucking do this shit so that.
To recruit new soldiers.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I don't even know if that's true or not. Is that true? That's like
It
one of
has
those things that.
Yeah. It's a sign of respect, goddammit.
I just, you know how I feel about it? I feel like, I don't know if you've heard Louis C.K.'s joke. He's like, you know, sometimes when I'm on the plane and I'm in first class, you know, if I see a service member, I'll switch my seat with them, you know, because they, you know, they think they're helping. That's really nice.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. It's commendable from Louis C.K. I support the troops.
Well, someone's got to do it, but that someone isn't me, in the wise words of Pete Seeger.
Yeah, but you can't even stop during the national anthem. Where were you at?
I was at a baseball game.
You suck. You were walking around during the national anthem at a baseball game.
Yeah, because I didn't, go there to fucking guzzle the military's, member.
It's just a sign, like, heaven forbid you have to engage in the.
You know what I would do? I would, if they were doing the thing where they're like, we'd like to honor, this guy, this particular service member that's here who served in, the whatever airborne division, I would stop for that. I would stop to pay respect to an actual person. I'm not gonna stop to pay respect to this institution.
This is the secular mind.
I get it.
I don't care. I'm not gonna get out. I'm not gonna get out of my way to stand up and do stuff during it. But if I'm already up and walking around, I'm not gonna stop. Oh no, they're playing this special song. They're playing this special song. I gotta stop.
I have a regular opinion on you, Kevin.
Kevin, you really are one of the dudes.
It's just a very easy
Oh god.
fucking thing to do. Who gives a shit?
No, really, who gives a shit? It's let's be real.
That's what I'm saying. Who gives a shit?
No, the opposite. Against Kevin. He thinks this time is so fucking important.
No,
Hello?
I mean, we have
Hello?
right, so we should just
Hello?
execute our rights.
Hello?
Yeah. When I was in, I told Abby this story. When I was in 8th grade in public school, I didn't want to stand for the national anthem, not the national, for the Pledge of Allegiance, okay? And my teacher told me that. What? Yeah, my teacher told me that I had to, and I said, I said this is a public school, and I have a First Amendment right to not stand if I don't want to. And he said, basically, not my class or whatever, like some bullshit.
Oh yeah.
And I sent a letter to the ACLU, and then the ACLU sent a letter to my school telling them that I did not have to stand. And my principal was very upset at me. He did not he was just like, oh, my principal said, he's like, hey, if you had just come to me when this happened, I would have sided with you. You kind of escalated things quickly, and I was like, yeah, that's fair enough,
Right. No, that's really smart for an 8th grader, though. You
No, I was being a little prick. I was being a little prick. I was totally being a little prick. My parents were really upset with me. Not because they were just because they didn't want to be a pariah or whatever, and because it was a formal legal notice, they that the school had to spend probably at least $500 or $1,000 on paying their retained lawyer to issue a response. So I cost the school. I definitely cost the school some money.
Other than my stories, my stories would be and it happened a couple different times. A few different teachers would try to send me out. They'd be like, go to the principal's office. And then I think at some point it would click in their brain, oh, we can't actually do anything about this. And I'd get halfway down the hallway and they'd be like, nope, just come back into class. I was wrong. It's okay.
The teacher just kind of asked me hey, why didn't you want to stand,
And you told me because you don't believe in anything. Because you're a positive.
I think, what did I say? Because I honestly,
you didn't even make a real stand. That was a total yourself lazy fuck.
Yeah.
No, literally that was me. I was just I just don't feel like it, or I'm tired. Fuck you, dude. You guys force us to do this shit every single goddamn day, right? K through 12. Some days I'm gonna be fucking tired, and I'm not gonna want to do it. Whatever.
Yeah. I think it might have been because I was looking at you with my 18s and didn't want to stand for one nation under God. I could be wrong though. That seems like something I would have done.
I don't think. I think you're probably more of a coconut, just a lazy bum.
Yeah, that was me being a little shit stirrer.
There was a case in my state recently, interesting. it was a Palestinian kid, like last year, and I guess they sued the school and they just won, because she didn't want to participate in the Pledge of Allegiance. And I don't know, I guess the teacher like verbally attacked her after the fact. I'm in Michigan though, so.
See, I agree with that. At least that's a strong stance. At least like that clicks to my brain why you do that. You know, but Kevin's just a lazy asshole. Like that's it.
I'm gonna be honest here. I actually do remember what I was upset about, and it's a little embarrassing.
What was it?
I think I was upset about the early. This was like 2014, so this was like early like Mike Brown BLM stuff. I think it might have been a BLM thing.
Oh my God.
At least it's something. At least it's something.
But yeah, 100%. And then in like when I was like 13, it took like a libertarian turn, and then I basically got more right wing through being like maybe 16, and then I kind of pumped the brakes on that a little bit. It's so funny. I never was like into Trump. Genuinely, like I thought he was funny, but I always thought he was kind of like an idiot. Like I was never like a full throated, you know. And then in like 2018, I became like I kind of took a break from politics, and I became more like progressive. And then I was like really progressive, and then I kind of went back to like social democrat. Now I'm back here. Now I'm where I am.
You're still social democrat, shut up.
By some standards, yeah, I'd say so. It depends on who I'm talking to. If I'm talking to, yeah, it depends who I'm talking to.
Janelle, I'm supposed to call with Angelo this Saturday.
Oh, how's Angelo doing?
Yeah, we called like for a minute. He said I will call you in a few hours, and then he didn't. I think he fell asleep because he was working. I will call you afterwards. But yeah, let's see. Next time, perhaps. Let's tell me Ashton's baby daddy.
Ashton's baby daddy?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if that's a reference to.
You don't know Ashton?
Yeah.
Good for you.
Wait, who's Ashland's baby daddy?
Hold on. It's an account called Crime Pills or something.
Oh.
You have to look on Twitter. Let me see what's the name. Crime Pills for Kids.
You know, the one time I got detention in middle school was because I was talking during the silent prayer in the morning. That was the one time. The one time.
I think Nora got hospitalized or something.
That's not good. No,
That is better.
Well, that's good. You're right. That is good, actually. Well, why are people talking about Diego's like court proceedings? I looked it up, and this shit happened like 2 years ago.
It's because when Nora went insane.
What the hell? He should be in jail right now serving his time, man. Shut the hell up.
When Nora went insane the first time, people started to be blaming Diego. And then they were doxing Diego. Because everyone knows Diego's
It's weird that Gabby cares so much about it.
Hmm?
It's weird that she cares so much about it. Like, why
She doesn't want to see a white man get hit.
He's not white, he's fucking Hispanic.
He's a Hispanic guy. He's Mexican.
Well, Spanish people are white.
Well, he's not Spanish though. He's Mexican.
He's Mexican.
Yeah, he's
How Mexican? Is it
Very much.
Spanish?
indigenous blood.
Mm. It's very different. Very different.
It is very different. You're
No,
absolutely right.
he's not the wordsmith. Right.
My brother, Kevin, the joke is my brother was dating a girl for a while. I actually thought they were going to last 20 minutes. But she's from Venezuela, but her family's from Spain, right? Like they are.
Yeah, from how many generations ago?
Not too many though.
Yeah.
But I think like 2 or 3 generations from Spaniards, Spanish, and he said she's white. So I don't think she was. I said she's not.
Well, that does make you blind.
He also has to say.
This is AICitycorp.com. Go to AICitycorp.com to find out about the hottest, latest, newest startup in venture capital. AICitycorp.com. Hello? 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 This is. Hello? This is AICitycorp.com. Go to AICitycorp.com to find out about the hottest, latest, newest startup in venture capital. AICitycorp.com. Hello? 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 This is AI. Karen, welcome. Good morning. I'm going to be reading a book. I hope you like. I'm going to read for maybe an hour. Welcome, Alistair. Welcome to the room. I'm going to mod you if you could help me mod the room. Isn't that great? Bankroll in the house. We finally got the money. We finally got the money. The bankrolls finally come through. Welcome to the show, Bankroll. Love the name. It's going good now that the bankroll is here.
Well, you guys all have the same picture. I mean, the same background.
That's very astute of you to make that observation.
Oh, you guys are veterans. Actually, you guys look like all twins. You guys all twins?
Yes, we are part of a clone army sent from Emperor Palpatine to destroy the Jedis once and for all.
That's funny. What's the topic about?
Emotional programming.
Emotional program. You said emotional programming?
That's the house. The room is called NLP, Hypnosis, Therapy and Poetry, Wisdom and Philosophy. Do you know what NLP is?
No.
Well, it's just words. That's all it really means. Neuro-linguistic programming through words.
One second.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, 1 second. So what's the topic about though?
It is about selfishness.
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 Okay, explain.
What is selfishness?
Like being selfish, like a narcissist. Like caring about yourself at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, what about at the beginning of the day? I'd say a real narcissist starts the way you wake up, not just at the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
What do you mean you don't know about that?
I mean, I think that's just human nature. I mean, as soon as you wake up, you gotta think about your stomach first. So you know if you're ready.
Okay, we're going to read from what's called The Virtue of Selfishness. And this chapter is by Everyone's Selfish. We're going to read one page from a book. And then I'm going to go get my coffee. And then we're going to read another page from the book. This is a book club room. Are you ready for page 68? In what way would such a man be the beneficiary of his action? The answer is given in Atlas Shrugged. In the scene when Galt, knowing he is about to be arrested, tells Dagny, if they get the slightest suspicion of what we are to each other, they will have you on a torture rack. I mean physical torture. Before my eyes in less than a week. I'm not going to wait for that. At the first mention of a threat to you, I will kill M-word and stop them right there. I don't have to tell you that if I do it, it won't be an act of self-sacrifice. I do not care to live on their terms. I do not care to obey them. I do not care to see you enduring a drawn-out murder. There will be no values for me to seek after that. I do not care to exist without values. If a man loves a woman so much that he does not wish to survive her death, if life can have nothing more to offer him at that price, then his dying to save her is not a sacrifice. The same principle applies to a man caught in a dictatorship who willingly risks death to achieve freedom. To call his act a self-sacrifice, one would have to assume that he preferred to live as a slave. The selfishness of a man who is willing to die if necessary, fighting for his freedom, lies in the fact that he is unwilling to go on living in a world where he is no longer able to act on his own judgment. That is a world where human conditions of existence are no longer possible to him. The selfishness or unselfishness of an action is to be determined objectively. It is not determined by the feelings of the person who acts. Just as feelings are not a tool of cognition, so they are not a criterion in ethics. Obviously, in order to act, one has to be moved by some motive. One has to want, in some sense, to perform the action. The issue of an action's selfishness or unselfishness depends not on whether or not one wants to perform it, but on why one wants to perform it. But what standard was the action chosen? To achieve what goal?
Club room. Are you ready?
If a man proclaimed that he felt he would best benefit others by robbing and murdering them, men would not be willing to grant that his actions were altruistic. By the same logic and for the same reasons, if a man pursues a course of blind self-destruction, his feeling that he has something to gain by it does not establish his actions as selfish. Okay, that's one page of Ayn Rand. Hello? So, have you learned anything new about selfishness? Hello? Hello? Where did the bankroll go? The bankroll has left us for rooms of higher value. Oh, the bank is back.
Yeah, so that's you're reading that right there. You're reading that right there.
Yeah, Ayn Rand. That was a chapter on selfishness, one page from it. I'm creating content to emotionally program objective ethics into my brain and into the brain of thousands of clones in the army. Hello?
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, doubts of infinite space, is the prince, priest the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, O azure lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the prince priest of being. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever sun, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping star unseen.
If motivated solely by a sense of charity, compassion, duty, or altruism, a person renounces a value, desire, a goal in favor of the pleasure, wishes or needs of another person whom he values less than the thing he renounced. That is an act of self-sacrifice. The fact that a person may feel that he wants to do it does not make his action selfish or establish objectively that he is its beneficiary. Suppose, for example, that a son chooses the career he wants by rational standards, but then renounces it in order to please his mother, who prefers that he pursue a different career, one that will have more prestige in the eyes of the neighbors. The boy accedes to his mother's wish because he has accepted that such and believes that his duty as a son consists of placing his mother's happiness above his own, even if he knows that his mother's demand is irrational, and even if he knows that he is sentencing himself to a life of misery and frustration. It is absurd for the advocates of the everyone is selfish doctrine to assert that since the boy is motivated by the desire to be virtuous or to avoid guilt, no self-sacrifice is involved and his action is really selfish. What is evaded is the question of why the boy feels and desires as he does. Emotions and desires are not causeless, irreducible primaries. They are the product of the premises one has accepted. The boy wants to renounce his career only because he has accepted the ethics of altruism. He believes that it is immoral to act for his self-interest. That is the principle directing his actions. Advocates of the everyone is selfish doctrine do not deny that under the pressure of the altruistic ethics, men can knowingly act against their own long-range happiness. They merely assert that in some higher, undefinable sense, such men are still acting selfishly. A definition of selfishness that includes or permits the possibility of knowingly acting against one's long-range happiness is a contradiction in terms. It is only the legacy of mysticism that permits men to imagine that they are still speaking meaningfully when they declare that one can seek one's happiness in the renunciation of one's happiness.
18 burn upon their brows, or splendorous serpent
motivated solely by a sense of charity, compassion, duty, or altruism. A person who renounces the value
The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
Two, welcome to the room.
These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 of the chapters, what is the naked splendor of the wind? She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of her deep wind. Oh, starry blue are mine, if not homes. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above.
The basic fallacy in the everyone is selfish argument consists of an extraordinarily crude equivocation. It is psychological truism, a tautology, that all purposeful behavior is motivated. But to equate motivated behavior with selfish behavior is to blank out the distinction between an elementary fact of human psychology and the phenomenon of ethical choice. It is to evade the central problem of ethics, namely, by what is man to be motivated? A genuine selfishness, that is, a genuine concern with discovering what is to one's self interest, an acceptance of the responsibility of achieving it, a refusal ever to betray it by acting on the blind whim, mood, impulse, or feeling of the moment, an uncompromising loyalty to one's judgment. Convictions and values represents a profound moral achievement. Those who assert that everyone is selfish commonly intend their statement as an expression of cynicism and contempt, but the truth is that their statement pays mankind a compliment it does not deserve. September 1962. Isn't Everyone Selfish? By Nathaniel Branden. Chapter 6, The Psychology of Pleasure by Nathaniel Branden. Pleasure for man is not a luxury, but a profound psychological need. Pleasure, in the widest sense of the term, is a metaphysical concomitant of life, the reward and consequence of successful action, just as pain is the insignia of failure, destruction, death. Through the state of enjoyment, man experiences the value of life, the sense that life is worth living, worth struggling to maintain. In order to live, man must act to achieve values. Pleasure or enjoyment is at once an emotional payment for successful action and an incentive to continue acting. Further, because of the metaphysical meaning of pleasure to man, the state of enjoyment gives him a direct experience of his own efficacy, of his competence to deal with the facts of reality, to achieve his values, to live. Implicitly contained in the experience of pleasure is the feeling, I am in control of my existence, just as implicitly contained in the experience of pain is the feeling I am helpless. As pleasure emotionally entails a sense of efficacy, so pain emotionally entails a sense of impotence.
Pretend as yours is the naked splendor of night. She bends in ecstasy. The wicked love, starry blue, are wide awake of novels. My joy is to see your joy. of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh one Lord of these, in my unveiling before the children of men. Since we now have thee for my secret center, my heart shall pour upon prayer. The clouds is in the cool, not the cool in the clouds. Night worship.
Further, because of the metaphysical meaning of pleasure to man, the state of enjoyment gives him a direct experience of his own efficacy, of his competence to deal with the facts of reality, to achieve his values, to live. Implicitly contained in the experience of pleasure is the feeling I am in control of my existence, just as implicitly contained in the experience of pain is the feeling I am helpless. As pleasure emotionally entails a sense of efficacy, so pain emotionally entails a sense of impotence. Thus, in letting man experience in his own person the sense that life is a value and that he is a value, pleasure serves as the emotional fuel of man's existence. Just as the pleasure-pain mechanism of man's body works as a barometer of health or injury, so the pleasure-pain mechanism of his consciousness works on the same principle, acting as a barometer of what is for him or against him, what is beneficial to his life or inimical. But man is a being of volitional consciousness. He has no innate ideas, no automatic or infallible knowledge of what his survival depends on. He must choose the values that are to guide his actions and set his goals. His emotional mechanism will work according to the kind of values he chooses. It is his values that determine what a man feels to be for him or against him. It is his values that determine what a man seeks for pleasure. If a man makes an error in his choice of values, his emotional mechanism will not correct him. It has no will of its own. If a man's values are such that he desires things which in fact and in reality lead to his destruction, his emotional mechanism will not save him, but will instead urge him on toward destruction. He will have set it in reverse against himself and against the facts of reality, against his own life. Man's emotional mechanism is like an electronic computer. Man has the power to program it, but no power to change its nature, so that if he sets the wrong programming, he will not be able to escape the fact that the most self-destructive desires will have for him the emotional intensity and urgency of life-saving actions. He has, of course, the power to change the programming, but only by changing his values. A man's basic values reflect his conscious or subconscious view of himself and of his existence. They are the expression of A, the degree and nature of his self-esteem or lack of it, and B, the extent to which he regards the universe as open to his understanding and action closed, the extent to which he holds a benevolent or malevolent view of existence. Thus, the things which a man seeks for pleasure or enjoyment are profoundly revealing psychologically. They are the index of his character and soul. By soul, I mean a man's consciousness and his basic motivating values. If a man makes an error in his choice of values, his emotional mechanism will not correct him. It has no will of its own. If a man's values are such that he desires things which in fact and in reality lead to his destruction, his emotional mechanism will not save him. but will instead urge him on toward destruction. He will set it in reverse against himself, against the facts of reality, against his own life. Man's emotional mechanism is like an electronic computer. Man has the power to program it, but no power to change its nature. So that if he sets the wrong programming, he will not be able to escape the fact that the most self-destructive desires will have for him the emotional intensity and urgency of life-saving actions. He has, of course, the power to change the programming, but only by changing his values. Man's basic values reflect his conscious or subconscious view of himself and of existence. They are the expression of A, the degree and nature of his self-esteem or lack of it, and B, the extent to which he regards the universe as open to his understanding and action or closed, i.e. the extent to which he holds a benevolent or malevolent view of existence. Thus, the things which a man seeks for pleasure or enjoyment are profoundly revealing psychologically. They are the index of his character and soul. By soul, I mean a man's consciousness and his basic motivating values. They are broadly 5 interconnected areas that allow man to experience the enjoyment of life: productive work, human relationships, recreation, art, sex. Productive work is the most fundamental of these. Through his work, man gains his basic sense of control over existence, his sense of agency, which is the necessary foundation of the ability to enjoy any other value. The man whose life lacks direction or purpose, the man who has no creating concern to grow in knowledge and ability, to think, to achieve, to move forward, to meet new challenges and overcome them, takes pleasure in working only at the routine and familiar. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triumph, the sign given of none, saving me of thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet, and I fear by the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the eternal air. By my crown my fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Mine the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of bleak, the soul that I made of woe to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, silent conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Be of the earth. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke of white and gold. And mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a bold to invoke thee.
So there was you.
Hello? 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 Mine is the head of the man and my inside is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother born with liver and pain and care. By my body I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Send it be, oh Lord. My Lord, and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, and the flashing of mine that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of a purpose and typhoon. By the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue victor of the infinite year. By my throne I invoke thee. My fingers blood the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my for the one that will be power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke. Hey, mine heart is not blue, ain't no music in the sun that I made a born to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, grow, giant and conquering Lord, our Lord, amen, God, by the sword I invoke thee.
A different kind of soul is revealed by the man who predominantly takes pleasure in working only at the routine and familiar, who is inclined to enjoy working in his semi-days, who sees happiness and freedom from challenge or struggle or effort, the soul of a man profoundly deficient in self-esteem, to whom the universe appears as unknowable and vaguely threatening, the man whose central motivating impulse is a longing for safety, not the safety that is won by efficacy, but the safety of a world in which efficacy is not demanded. Still, a different kind of soul is revealed by the man who finds it inconceivable that work, any form of work, can be enjoyable, who regards the effort of earning a living as a necessary evil, who dreams only of the pleasures that begin when the workday ends, the pleasure of drowning his brain in alcohol, or television, or billiards, or women, the pleasure of not being conscious. The soul of a man with scarcely a shred of self-esteem, who never expected the universe to be comprehensible, and takes his lethargic dread of it for granted, and whose only form of relief and only notion of enjoyment is the dim flicker of undemanding sensations. Still another kind of soul is filled by the man who takes pleasure, not in achievement but in destruction, whose action is aimed not at attaining efficacy but at ruling those who have attained it. The soul of a man so abjectly lacking in self-value, so overwhelmed by terror of existence, that his sole form of self-fulfillment is to unleash his resentment and hatred against those who do not share his state, those who are able to live as if by destroying the confident, the strong, and the healthy, he could convert impotence into efficacy. A rational, self-confident man is motivated by a love values and by a desire to achieve them. A neurotic is motivated by fear and by a desire to escape it. This difference in motivation is reflected not only in the things each type of man will seek for pleasure, but in the nature of the pleasure they will experience. The emotional quality of the pleasure experienced by the four men described above, for instance, is not the same. The quality of any pleasure depends on the mental processes that give rise to and attend it, and on the nature of the values involved. The pleasure of using one's consciousness properly and the pleasure of being unconscious are not the same, just as the pleasure of achieving real values, gaining an authentic sense of efficacy, and the pleasure of temporarily diminishing one's sense of fear and helplessness are not the same. The man of self-esteem experiences the pure, unadulterated enjoyment of using his faculties properly and of achieving actual values in reality. Who is inclined to enjoy working in his semi-days, who sees happiness and freedom from challenge. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I know. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I know mine is the red triangle reverse of the sign, giving up non-CVP of me. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know mine is the garment of white soon. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the
The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or flowing air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head. A hawk! Abracadabra! Yes! I bear the rose and cross of life and life! I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Reading in the sign, invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of burning air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign, teaching abracadabra, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth.
turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of God. Now it's gone. Wisdom of God. Now it's lost. Wisdom Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets nailed, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it go. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of God. Wisdom of God. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the way close, don't run from the feeling. One second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go. Every wound gets named, then it fades in my hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Only close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tend my life, tend my life. I breathe in your holy cold. And the storm in my head lays down like a pall. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's home. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that axle of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his
This same principle applies to all forms of enjoyment. Thus, in the realm of human relationships, a different form of pleasure is experienced, a different sort of motivation is involved, and a different kind of character is revealed. By the man who seeks for who is able to enjoy himself only with human beings who have no standards whatever and with whom therefore he feels free to be himself, or by the man who finds pleasure only in the company of people he despises, to whom he can compare himself favorably, or by the man who finds pleasure only among people he can deceive and manipulate, from whom he derives the lowest neurotic substitute for a sense of genuine efficacy, sense of power. For the rational, psychologically healthy man, the desire for pleasure is the desire to celebrate his control over reality. For the neurotic, the desire for pleasure is the desire to escape from reality. Now consider the sphere of recreation. For instance, a party. A rational man enjoys a party as an emotional reward for achievement, and he can enjoy it only if, in fact, it involves activities that are enjoyable, such as seeing people whom he likes, meeting people whom he finds interesting, engaging in conversations in which something worth saying and hearing is being said and heard. But a neurotic can enjoy a party for reasons unrelated to the real activities taking place. He may hate or despise or fear all the people present. He may act like a noisy fool and feel secretly ashamed of it, but he will feel that he is enjoying it all because people are emitting the vibrations of approval, or because it is a social distinction to have been invited to this party, or because other people appear to be gay, or because the party has spared him, for the length of an evening, the terror of being alone. The pleasure of being drunk is obviously the pleasure of escaping from the responsibility of consciousness. And so are kind of social gatherings, held for no other purpose than the expression of hysterical chaos, where the guests wander around in an alcoholic stupor, prattling noisily and senselessly in the illusion of a universe where one is not burdened with purpose, logic, reality, or awareness. Observe in this connection the modern beatniks. For instance, the manner of dancing. What one sees is not smiles of authentic enjoyment, but the staring eyes, the jerky, disorganized movements of what looks like decentralized bodies, all working very hard with a hysteria at projecting an air of the purposeless, senseless, the mindless. This is the pleasure of unconsciousness.
There's a woman called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18, the key of the jewels is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, master of infinite space, is the prince priest of beings. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my
Cool down the brain. It's the computer system's
into
running.
their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever a rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 of the chapters, yours the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of the deep wind. Glow the starry blue are mine, O Enkavna Konsu. That men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars and take your fill of love. Through my ecstasy is in yours. My joy 13 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of night. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of her knees. The winged globe is starry blue. Her mind awanketh noch so. My joy is to see your child.
The manifestation of new heaven. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh one Lord of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet are deep to my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by Iris, the minister of all apart the couch is in the cool, not the cool in the couch. 9 worship then the couch, and behold, my light shed over Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the the manifestation of night, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. My secrets enter my heart and my thought. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of more paths. Is in the pool, not the pool in the cats. 9 worship, then the caps, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be your secret, they shall do the many and Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is
Qualitatively, subjectively, if you were to compare maybe 3 levels of this, hypothetically there's 0, and what would that experience be like?
When it comes to Amanita, I'm like a very small microdose person. I know people who use Amanita muscaria at high levels, and it is a visionary substance and whatnot, but it will also kind of rewrite the hard drive of your brain. So I place Amanita at any kind of a high dose off limits, so I can't really describe it to you.
But the guy we're talking about will be happy to tell you about the time he took a lot of it, and he ran around the forest screaming for like 10 hours and not stop.
My understanding, I've never ingested Amanita. My understanding is that it's more of a deliriant than a classic psychedelic the way we think about it.
Yeah, or it's more of got a little bit of
Doesn't get dissociated.
All power, call it by name. Deep in the dark hour, we will take my hand. In a velvet coat, I sing your secret from the throat of the note. Come up shaking when you laugh that way. Even the moon drops at the edge of day. I don't need a crown, I don't need a throne. If you say my name, I come home, I come home. All power, all power under the skin. We close the circle and let the storm in. My whole pocket, take my hand. All power now in this bed. Hello? Hello? Banish the I love who I am. Why would I want
Welcome to the Ask a Mystic Show with Wizard John. Balaji! Welcome to the show!
Your name was the spark in your heart. Step through the door. Midnight oil on my hands.
Never end.
I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. Rolling through divine hearts upon your pinnacle. Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost. The Order of the Knights Templar. The Order of the Knights. The Hermetic Brotherhood of Light. The Holy Order of Rosary. The Order of the Holy Royal Arch and Cloak. The ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry. The Swedish Belgian Band of Masonry. The Order of the Montanists. The Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear, I'll wait long enough here. So let it come around, let the guilt kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. Solitude. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grave. The sun. I kept the final. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the And if I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make a punishment fit the cost. My object also, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I mark the hidden sea, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. I shall achieve in time. Back beneath the sun, I kept the final clue, like a blade inside a shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gate kiss the ground. I want the seals to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I run, but I have had hold on to the shape of rise to the prize, to the prize, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Of the order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 the order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them for cooperation and securing them clients or customers. Elevate house! Elevate house! Everyone, the order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration.
every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy, and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to issues surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. Shockstone, a crystal which the had brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, he symbolized fourth dimensional universe into dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles. Those radii increased in a geometrical proportion. Besides, there's also a black cross. Central tablet according to the arrangement. The general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Filii. The 7th line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross. points of the pentagram. Starting at upper right, the words below are arced in a circle. Shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge lettered from the corner of each instance. The rectangular grid with the Nokia letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defined in the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in a pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3 edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Mine is the head of the begins. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Abrahadabra. Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee. Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing. I think this was omitted at W's order. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb I invoke thee. Garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Forge the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate ears I invoke thee. 5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike, master chord, draw, flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire, the voice of the fire, the voice of the sick. 11 of the voices, Abrahadabra. Strike the master chord.
sign of a paupus. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temple of the water. Nose upon is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thou hast formulated thy father, and made birds of thy Thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the edge of the birds of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou, who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust? Who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee? Thousand and is hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Thou who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding in the hell of the after, mountain of the sea, Thou who bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronny Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black taxonomists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it, can't call it change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed multiple parking lot dreams, sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out with our kids. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers in our mind. Transparency on it. Track Brandon Johnson is a tax. You call it full of people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts. Every story we told. You preach about a photo, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo up on our dime. We're done with the fiction. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out with our kids. Open up the books right now. Show track Brandon Johnson is a tax. We want every cent, every cent, every check, every ring. Turning the lights to the ceilings, crash, shadows pull back. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. All of what we is a criminal. PTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Quality is a scam. Johnson is the term. For transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the state. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Revelation from life is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Now I bring Brandon Johnson BPO is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the time. For transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Morals want to agree with you to get the crummy doctor. C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a coward.
Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparation
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the the book's transparency. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust.
and my birth is from the house of death. Only true divine hearts upon your pinnacle, who keep watch over the universe. Yeah, you company the beings in the house of rest. I am the Lord advancing onwards to the heights of Lord of the stream which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in thee, and God is in him. Mine is the radiance white of Lopez over the firmament. I travel upon high, I stand upon the firmament of you. I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of my eyes. Everlasting love in the splendor of the day. Glory fire, giving my light to dwellers on If I say, come upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow. However they might call, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain Life, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosary Mix of Heaven, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch and Clock, the Ancient Fantastic Lights of Lucifery, the Red and the the Radical Mystery, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedish Order of Loud Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. And my objects are sublime. Shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime.
the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. A needle made of light, threading through the night. A mark the hidden steel. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. The punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. No clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime, I shall achieve in time. And if I want, what I have had, hold on to the shape of what's lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime, I shall achieve in time.
Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Shockstone, a crystal which he alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams. They mean he symbolized the fourth dimensional universe into dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to him. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. Plate B gives the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Fili. The 7th line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross. of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. To the top and bottom of the square that's shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge lettered from the corner of each instance. The rectangular grid with the Nokian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in a pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all that might be. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 9.
is the head of the hawk. Hadabra.
Giving the sign at each and every Hadabra.
Remaining.
Come thou forth and dwell in me, Spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth.
The adoration. Imprint. Closed by banishing.
I think this was a W's order.
Mine is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of love, save it be of thee, O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee.
For it is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
The wand of double power in the voice of the master, Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire,
The voice of the fight,
the voice of the sick,
11 of the voices, Abrahadabra. Draw the flaming sword, crowned child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. Thou the head of the home, thee I invoke. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water.
who will give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She embodied in her womb, flying from the temple of the water. Is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother. Thou his garment is of the golden glory, with the edge of birds of sky.
Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, our taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the
You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it cake or a change while you pass that. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Sign your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screens. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spends. Cash goes out with our fans. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers out right. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tag. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not enough for the walk on all the time. We're done with the fiction, this is our life. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We want to see every cent, every check, every beat. Turning the lights to the ceilings. Crash into the shadows. Hold back, hold Brandon Johnson is the tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spends. Cash goes out with our hands. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers right now. Punch the truth on the time. Get straight to the low. Tossing the crash. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Brandon Johnson is the tag.
Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to get the crummy doctor. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a cop.
Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion. Johnson is the Never the books transparency. Robert speaking track now. Brandon Johnson Reparation is a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is debt. Affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2 use some mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparent.
slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death.
thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosary to Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch and Cloak, the Ancient Satanic Rites of Masonry, the Rites of the Mystery of the Past, the Rites of Mystery, the Spirit of the Powerful Masonry, I mark the hidden seal, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the girl kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the ghetto kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden steam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time.
68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trade, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate vows! Elevate vows! 71 The Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 The Secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 The Crime of Slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the Order, like clause in the obligation of the third degree. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the orderly holy, and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren, its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Showstone, a crystal which he alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, he symbolized the fourth dimensional universe into dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles.
or planets whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to the elements. There's also a black cross. Central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate A. Great figures, the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called linea filii. The 7th line is called linea spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle.
letters facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with the Nokian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in a pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. My Abrahadabra and ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, whirling air or rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of light, save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee. 3. Mine is the garment of white, stone of gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5 I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown and conquering Lord Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge of the fire. The voice of the fire. The voice of the sick. 11 of the voices, Abraham, strike the master chord, and conquering Lord Horus, avenger. master cord. Draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord. Horus, Avenger, oh thou at the head of the hawk, be thee I invoke.
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Thee I invoke. Arms of Hermes are flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Formulated thy father, and make fertile thy order. One of his garments is of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky.
Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the book. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change. While you pass the hat, your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain full of parking lot dreams, sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up now, slow the numbers in our mind. Transparency on the track, and the trust is attached. Contracts, every story we told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. The whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not enough for the walk on our dime. We're done with pushing, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills that are spent. Cash goes out for locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers and I find out. Transparency on it. Track Brandon Johnson is a tag. We want the city. Every cent, every check, every ring.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to get the crony doctor. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a coward.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparation for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is...
Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the the book's transparency. We're spinning tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is dead. Affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson
like slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists on taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. The true divine crosses on your pinnacle.
by whatever name I call thee. Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose Created Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Arching Clock, the Ancient Angelic Lights of Grace and Being, the Rise of the Newest the Rise of Mystery, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedish Holy and Powerful Masonry, the Order of Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear, I'll wait long enough here. So let it
come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. In my object of sublime. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. If I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scars to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the gate needs to grow. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I want, but I have had all along to the shape of what I supposed to rise to the call. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Of the order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special rest houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 the order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate those! Elevate those! 71 the order offers bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 70 the secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 73 the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree.
Whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself, it will freely and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the lore of the Lima, teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Showstone, a crystal which he alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diamonds, plates, he symbolized the fourth dimensional universe into dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square to sanctity. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets. The left-hand top corner, the air of air. The right-hand top corner, water of air. The left-hand bottom corner, earth of air. The remaining corner, fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. Has a small
around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral angles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner of each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defined in the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in a pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Closed by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke Lord, by the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of light, save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb I invoke thee. 3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run. 5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master, Abrahadabra. By the word I the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire, the voice of the fire, the voice of the sick. 11 of the voices, Abrahadabra. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. Oh, thou art the head of the hawk, thee I invoke.
And every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Thee I invoke. Whose offering is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. I invoke. Thou hast formulated
taxation affordability is a scam. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Brendan Johnson is the Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion greyhouses are murder for profit. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending. Brendan Johnson is the tax. Brendan Johnson is the scam. You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change. While you pass that, your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain full parking lot dream, sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brendan Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. The cash goes out when locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers and I'm highlighting. Transparency on it. Brendan Johnson is a tax. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Names on the contracts, every story we told. You preach about a photo, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not enough photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brendan Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out when locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers and I'm highlighting. Transparency on it. Track Brendan Johnson is a tax. We want the city. Every cent, every check, every ring. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Remove myself from life. Life is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialist. One tax. Artist. No taxation. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Hell was Brandon Johnson criminal. CTU is a Maria propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the time of transparency. Expending trial. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Almost $1.3 million to get the crummy box. C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a fraud.
Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar.
affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the Governor Bush transparency. Robert spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is debt. Affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a lie. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to criminal. Profits the seats to use of mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. These two divine crosses on your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe. Ye who company the beings in the house of rest, are advancing onwards to the heights of heaven. Lord of the stream was standing in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and he is the radiance pouring down from heaven over the throne of the Lord.
Whatever be my cost, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
Thing of like, what is it? It was bullshit weaponry to help them fight. Like, I'm trying to understand it. I could be missing something, but if he's giving them weaponry to fight the Russians,
with anything that you said, and I find that.
Dude, 1 second, please. David, I just want to remind, maybe you forgot or not only Pentagon, remember the Independent White House brief, what is it, the White House daily briefing, independent committee that used to allow all the journalists, and they made sure that all the journalists and all the media outlets,
Associated Press?
the White House independent commission that would make sure that every single media outlet would have a turn. Yes, the White House press corps was eliminated. So now the White House decides what
loyalty
journalists
test.
can come in.
Yeah.
Yes, who
It's
can
good
come in
loyalty
and who
test.
cannot come in. So to say that we still have free media and every single journalist has the right to write and everything else, that's just factually not true.
Yeah, so like, and
Yeah, the game is rigged.
Yeah, David, I do not disagree with any. I very much see all democracies in the world being in a state of flux. They're not still systems. Time and change, right? That is time and change to systems. I agree with everything you said. I just don't see people falling out of windows or being like killed for recording certain things. So I think that authoritative dictators in the world have a much more stringent control of the media over their populace than other democracies. But anyone who's living in a democracy that cares about the truth nowadays has possibly at one point in their time or in their lives had the wool pulled over their eyes, and they're not a fan of it either. So like, I do not disagree with anything you said. I just don't see people just falling out of buildings.
David, do you mind if I answer that? Because I'm from Russia.
Yeah.
I am from Russia, so I'm very familiar with that. Dude, so I left, basically, I have my citizenship from Russia, but I have been living in the US for over 20 years, and I'm an American citizen as well. Let me tell you, people did not start to have heart attacks or committing suicide by firing 3 bullets into their own head, or somehow falling out of windows in Russia, run away. You have to remember Putin has been in power since 2000, right? So at the beginning, it was very similar. First thing that Putin did was cancel comics that were making fun of him. Sounds very familiar, isn't it? Then we went through war. Let's not forget, Second Chechen War. It literally didn't, like, comparing it to the worst of the worst and how it is right now, I think it's disingenuous because that's not how it started. It started out slow. It started out by rigging the elections, quote unquote, the legal way, right? Putin literally had an admitted goal, and he was, quote unquote, the president, but then Putin legally went and changed, quote unquote, the Constitution. They pretended for a while, right, to do it the right way. And then when slowly but surely, after some time, that's like somebody said, boiling the frog, right? Very slow in a pot. Now, 20-some years later, 24 years later, yeah, now it's just wide open. We're just gonna say people, we're not gonna even deny it, right? We're just gonna kind of be sarcastic about it. Yeah, the guy fell out of the window. I don't know, had an accident, maybe he was drunk. But it didn't get there overnight. Yeah, and this is happening, and what was happening with Putin in early 2000s, and I have lived through it, and I know what it's like, and my family there, a lot of it, is exactly what's happening here. Their corporations and everybody else in a position of power. Belong to the Kremlin, but it does belong to
It is astounding how significantly one idea, a society and its policies, consider that if taxes on the rich go up, job creation will go down. This idea is an article of faith for Republicans and seldom challenged by Democrats much of the economic landscape. But sometimes the ideas that we are certain are true are dead wrong. Consider that for thousands of years, humans believed that the Earth was the center of the universe. It's not, and an astronomer who still believed that it was would do some pretty terrible astronomy. Likewise, a policymaker who believes that the rich are job creators and therefore should not be taxed will do equally terrible policy. I have started or helped start dozens of companies and initially hired lots of people. But if there was no one around who could afford to buy what we had to sell, all those companies and all those jobs would have evaporated. That's why I can say with confidence that rich people don't create jobs, nor do businesses large or small. Jobs are a consequence of a circle of life-like feedback loop between customers and businesses. And only consumers can set in motion this virtuous cycle of increasing demand and hiring. In this sense, an ordinary consumer is more of a job creator than a capitalist like me. That's why when business people take credit for creating jobs, it's a little bit like squirrels taking credit for creating evolution. It's actually the other way around. Anyone who's ever run a business knows that hiring more people is a course of last resort for capitalists. It's what we do if and only if rising consumer demand requires it. And in this sense, calling ourselves job creators isn't just inaccurate, it's disingenuous. That's why existing policies are so upside down. When the biggest tax exemptions and the lowest tax rates benefit the richest, all in the name of job creation, all that happens is that the rich get richer. Since 1980, the share of income for the top 1% of Americans has more than tripled, while our effective tax rates have gone down by 50%. If it was true that lower taxes for the rich and more wealth for the wealthy led to job creation, today we would be drowning in jobs. And yet, unemployment and underemployment is at record highs. Another reason that this idea is so wrong-headed is that there can never be enough super rich people to power a great economy. Somebody like me makes hundreds or thousands of times as much as the median American, but I don't buy hundreds or thousands of times as much stuff. My life burdened by spiraling costs and trapped by stagnant or declining wages. Here's an incredible fact. The typical American family still retained the same share of income that they did in 1970, they'd earn like $45,000 more a year. Imagine what our economy would be like if that were the case. Significant privileges have come to people like me, capitalists, for being perceived as job creators at the center of the economic universe, and the language and metaphors we use to defend the current economic and social arrangements is telling. It's a small jump from job creator to the creator. This language was not chosen by accident, and it's only honest to admit that when somebody like me calls themselves a job creator, we're not just describing how the economy works, but more particularly, we're making a claim on status and privileges that we deserve. Speaking of special privileges, the extraordinary differential between the 15% tax rate that capitalists pay on carried interest, dividends, and capital gains, and the 35% top marginal rate on work that ordinary Americans pay, it's kind of hard to justify without a touch of deification. We've had it backwards for the last 30 years. Rich people like me don't create jobs. Jobs are a consequence of an ecosystemic feedback loop between customers and businesses. And when the middle class thrives, businesses grow and hire, and owners profit. That's why taxing the rich to pay for investments that benefit all is such a fantastic deal for the middle class and the rich. So ladies and gentlemen, here's an idea worth spreading. In a capitalist economy, the true job creators are middle class consumers. And taxing the rich to make investments that make the middle class grow and thrive is the single shrewdest thing we can do for the middle class, for the poor, and for the rich. Thank you. It is astounding how significantly one idea.
He's got scores of TED Talks interviews, and listened to this guy for 15 years.
What's interesting to me is, I just realized this for some reason talking about that. We had this story about how like minimum wage and how much people should make and how competitive the job market needs to be, because without an incentive for people to work really hard, they'd be lazy and awful. And somehow when it comes to billionaires, we have this argument that we can't tax them, we have to pay them a lot, they have to exist, because if they don't have billions, they would never function or do it.
These are critical.
So for the poor, we need to keep them down on what they have so they have some incentive to work. And for the rich, we have to give them more, because if they don't have more, they have no incentive to work.
If you have 30
And so we've created, this is the oligarchy, right? This is the whole idea. We've created this bizarre world where if you're rich enough, we have to give you more. Otherwise you won't do anything. And if you're poor, we have to keep kind of like prodding you, because our economy do well. To like that point, like, what is most innovation in the U.S.? Is most innovation in the U.S. like new medical tech or something else? No, if you look at the number one innovation of our drug markets, it's called reformulations to extend patent life. Overwhelmingly, 95% of investment is reformulations, particularly of specialized painkillers and long-term chronic inflammation stoppers, because they're used so broadly. And it's not making a new drug, it's literally you lose your patent after a certain amount of time, and then you just reformulate and add in a new drug, and you get to extend that patent. So, like, that's where I think it's just so silly. Like, even if you look at a lot of the arguments on what happens, it's demonstrative of industry.
You're right. Time to play some pro.
Yeah. It's pro. You can smell that, J. Joe.
Listen.
From the jump out the trunk on some masterpiece. You and I, you decided what it has to be. You and me, room for two, shit and master suite. I'm on the corner office, cat working on my masterpiece. Truthfully, you was someone I was glad to see. Super fly, missing you was like a jubilee. Soon you be super busy on the movie scene. Someone looking super fast, super fly usually. This man at work on the chorus like who can it be? Business as usual, the studio be PMD. P2P got this.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
How come you don't move into those stock rooms? Like, you kind of, you're in every single, like, other room.
The moderators, I mean, they're the moderators, bro.
Does it work in your team? Not really.
No kind of financial analysis work.
Or what about just, like, doing the room recordings?
Yeah, just really no value there for me.
Because nobody's usually in those spaces. Usually the political, maybe some religious. Because I think besides you, a couple people might have tried to get into this, segment.
Yo, busy texting to somebody and then somebody gonna represent you.
But what up, Sean?
Man, nigga, get your shit done, man.
Y'all ain't trying to hear this. Okay, hold on. The 2020 Doha Agreement, the withdrawal was directly triggered by the peace deal signed by Trump and the Taliban. That was 2020.
Right, but it wasn't executed.
Hold on, bro. Who did he invite to the White House last year? The Taliban. No, the Taliban.
I said the Taliban, fool.
Oh, you need to say it, man.
What the hell you thought I said?
The wrong answer.
I don't know, man. Respectfully, black people, guys, look. We can say it like, look. Okay. Black people, I'm black nigga, y'all niggas ain't running nothing in the federal White House.
It's not a secret at all.
Yo, busy, but the thing that you fail to comprehend is that Trump started it, and then when it got to Biden fumbled the fucking play. He didn't know how to handle that play. All right, I could write up a play, and you could fuck it up in the court. Yeah, that's what happened with Biden, and Trump would have never left hundreds of millions, even billions of dollars worth of technology to the fucking, come on, bro, like, that's retarded. That's the point. My whole point was that it was executed poorly. That's not how the U.S.
moves. You see how the Department of War moves now? That's how it is. Alright, are they perfect? Nobody perfect, but guess what? They kicking ass more than any of the later administrations that we've had in the past. So that's how it is, bro. That's a better representation of how to handle.
Actually, because that motherfucker was definitely with Max. He, like I said before, he was definitely different. Look at his phenotypes. Phenotypes completely different. We're definitely dealing with two Joe Bidens in his term.
And then we can't forget about Mike Johnson in the House. That's why I 100% agree with it, because this is his experience. This is his experience. He could not get a hold about it for nothing, especially when it came to important shit they needed to discuss immediately. I'm not gonna get into it because you already heard me talk about the story plenty of times. And that meeting in the Oval Office was supposed to be him, but it wasn't. I believe it was Obama. It was so it was a couple other people. Yeah. It's made him realize, and then he even asked him like, "Why'd you sign that?" And Biden was like, "Sign what?" Like, nigga was confused. Like, so yeah, that shows you like nigga one of them strengths for sure.
Man, you like Mike Johnson?
Man, everybody like Mike. We've been different about these people, respectfully. It's about the
like y'all
love,
Trump, but hate Biden. But yeah, we can be different too.
That's true. That's true. And at the end of the day, man, if you're not in the stock market, you're really a bitch. Whoa. Yeah, all the electricity, nuclear stocks that shot up, all the defense contractors banging on their chest, all the renewable battery, all you Biden POs. I don't know what the fuck you doing.
Yeah, just trade
just
whatever.
Waiting, I guess.
I got you, man. We're not talking about that right now.
All this shit bursts into play, my man.
Just mirror Trump's trade.
All you want to do is talk about the Epstein files, busy. You don't even know enough facts. You just be making, bringing like these conspiracy theory fucking points, and I hate even what that word means or the way y'all use it, because y'all misuse that fucking word.
I didn't bring it up.
Yes, you fucking did, nigga.
That wasn't.
This whole conversation stemmed from some of the shit you were talking about.
That wasn't me, bro. Somebody said Biden's in there.
That nigga Spanish.
We don't get to the Epstein files eventually, but that's like, I don't know.
Can we deal with the link up top? You y'all look at the link up top.
Like, I don't know if they're gonna do anything.
Bro, you just saying you don't know. Okay, so you can mute up. But anybody look at the link up top, you can deal with that shit right now.
Hold on, let me click on this. Yeah, we can. I'm gonna play it real. Run.
Many of the people who voted for my husband can't look some people in the face and tell them you have no right to be angry or to do something that maybe is against your own interest. That's human nature. Many of the people who voted for my husband twice. And I know that that's how they feel. It's like, this isn't about anything other than we need something different. They voted for Donald Trump. Yeah. You know, it's a lot of people. So you can't just pigeonhole them and say you just don't care and you're racist or whatever you're thinking. This is an act of, I don't know what else to do. I just wish we had more leaders that were figuring out how to do more for the middle class, for the working folks, because those are the folks who are drowning in this economy. It's not me anymore, but I know those folks. And they're good people.
Bitches worth $100
and they
million.
don't have a way out. And that makes for bad decisions. Can't look some people.
Bad choices.
Sound like a cop out. Yeah, what do you think? Sound like a cop out to me, what? I think you're trying to get the
bullshit running that same narrative the nigga was saying earlier, because that ain't what homie said on camera. Like, I'll say it again, because me and Melly had this conversation earlier. he did not say that the American people finances isn't his concern. He said the American people's finances isn't his motivation behind his decision making in this war. Two completely fucking different statements. But maybe motherfuckers can't comprehend. And that's unfortunate for a motherfucker who's first lady, unless she clearly is running some propaganda narrative right now.
But they running the play, big dog, because all this shit is a play. Like, the funniest thing about it is I ask people all the time, when do you realize that the economy was shit? 2025 or 23? When it shit.
God, what? 2027?
2007.
Most of it, yeah.
Okay. I'm like, damn, dude, I ain't happy.
We some of them powers, nigga.
I'm about to go into Gary Baumgarten's room on Anonymous. We can do the Mystery Science Theater 3000 commentary on their communist, socialist, liberal, Democrat leanings. Hello?
Mess.
I just recreated this critical thinking forum. Starts now. Gary Baumgarten should be coming online any moment now. We were listening to The Waiting Room. Did Trump keep his promises? MAGA deceived?
Johnson plant being built up in Wilson, North Carolina, sir.
Wow, that's crazy, man.
$2 billion. That's what I'm saying, bro.
$2 billion.
But all North Carolina. And the funniest thing about it is, it's not a .com bubble because .com bubble didn't have plans for infrastructure behind it. It was just really companies that just randomly came up, software companies that had overnighters. I don't see a bubble when you got really infrastructure play of utilities, substations, grid, EPC firms, provide natural gas, especially Louisiana and Texas.
Some venture capitalized private equity motherfuckers.
You got Texas oil niggas making $12 a day.
That's a fact, Sean. Like, bro, the market and the economy is so confusing, especially with this, proclaimed bubble. Even though, a lot of economists would like to argue that it's still a bubble, it still needs to pop, But it's very interesting to see how many moving parts, like, not only still doing what they gotta do, but exponential, bro. There's like so much growth going on.
Yeah, man. Like I said, the money, and I'm telling you, man, you better hope that motherfuckers 401ks don't double in the next 24 months. They better hope that there ain't no new stock option billionaires, real estate developer billionaires off industrial. They better hope that people money's still fucked up. Because once they have interest rate cuts, then tokenization with the Clarity Act, come on.
Hey, y'all better start collecting pennies, man. Y'all know that the U.S. They stopped production the pennies. I seen it in the gas station earlier today.
I'm telling you, man, the copper, anybody that's
so that means once they out of circulation, it's over with. You ain't got time to cut, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. I'm telling you, copper wire, photonics is going to replace copper wire. Photonics is going to, please look up photonic stocks. That's the biggest niche right there that nobody's not talking about. That I noticed all these smart, super duper liberals that's supposed to be in tech. I'm a tech brother. I do cybersecurity. They ain't mentioned none about that. They're not mentioning about middleware technology or AI agents or agentic agents or robotics.
A lot of people think that the government and these corporations are going to use this technology to implement some massive surveillance state. So you can't be mad at some people for not being so enthused.
Nigga, we already in a surveillance
state. I know you about to say that we already in it, but we know it can improve and it can look a lot different than it does now. Let's not act like we right now, we a end all be all, like this is the final stage. We know it can get way more serious than this, i.e. China. We know that. It can get a lot more serious. So you can't be mad because some people aren't excited about these corporations taking over and trying to implement artificial intelligence and everything else we just mentioned into our everyday lives. Some people are not excited about that. Some people don't want that. Some people don't mind a little AI here and there, but some people are not looking forward to a complete takeover where artificial intelligence and robotics and all this shit is just running everything.
And it ain't end of all be all. It's a wrap.
I'm talking about what we are right now. If there was a rap, then you wouldn't be talking about nothing that's gonna happen. It'll be already done. But it's more to
everybody whose hand is up, time permitting. Generally speaking.
Oh, we got the fucking Anon in the room. Motherfucking Anon.
Moved to the audience. This is not punitive in nature, but just an attempt to make it possible for me to maintain.
So funny, Gary is so cheap he doesn't have premium Clubhouse.
One person is talking at any given time. I don't know about you, but I, as your moderator, get lost. In fact, I get a headache, and I'm not here. Even though I have a bottle of Tylenol in front of me for such occasions, I don't want to delve into it. So, that's why we ask people to speak one at a time, treat each other with decorum and respect, even when we vehemently disagree, and for that I thank you in advance. And then finally, if I or a moderator ask you a question while you're on the stage, it's not because we're trying to roll up the sleeves and start a fight. It's because we have a question. So please take it as intended. So welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We are a little over 60 seconds away from formally starting precisely at the top of the hour. So with that, I'd like to also welcome Steve, Monsef the Maestro, Pirate Barry to the room, Liebel, Liz, and Brian, Denise, Mike, the ever-present Anan, Morteza, and Barbara. Welcome to the room.
Hey, Gary, it's me, Anon.
Moving in on us, ladies and gentlemen. Moving in on us. Kerr, welcome to the room. I'm actually going to read my 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraph posting that I put to Facebook and other social media about today's topic as the opening salvo. I'm telling you this in advance to give you fair warning that the opening salvo will probably be shorter than it usually is. So feel free to join Agent and
Thank God, Gary. Thank God. Because you usually give me a headache, Gary, and I got a bottle of Tylenol here prepared for your opening monologue.
Invite people up in mass any longer. No. I don't know how your weather is, but we finally got some good weather here. 79 degrees.
Let's talk about the weather.
Degrees. I actually went out and mowed my forest because it was overgrown, and the neighbors, I'm sure, were ready to call the homeowners association on me. And I thought at 79 degrees it would be difficult, but it wasn't. It was pretty easy, nice and breezy. And folks would actually be better. And I don't know if we're close to a deal. Hey, Howard, welcome to the stage. I don't know if we're close to a deal. One thing I have noticed, and you probably have as well, for once the administration is really consistent on its pronouncements. And in fact, this thing may really be at the critical stage because the president has been relatively cautious in his postings, and he is going to hold a cabinet meeting at Camp David. This is very unusual, so that they can get into the nitty-gritty of the negotiations. And I haven't been posting a lot about all these little misses from the various news organizations about where the negotiations are now and who's saying what and what their response is, because first of all, they probably don't really know. And secondly, this is a long, slow, tedious process. And thirdly, it is longer and slower and tedious because we are told that the Supreme Leader, current Ayatollah Khamenei, the son of the deceased Ayatollah Khamenei, who was said to have been severely wounded and said to have been taken to an undisclosed location for another, who takes it to another, who takes it to another. I don't know how many couriers are in this blockchain before it finally reaches the Ayatollah, and then he either approves or makes changes, and then you have the return process. But one thing the administration has been very clear on lately is, this is what they've been saying, we're either going to have a deal, or if it isn't acceptable, we'll have no deal. Which seems to be kind of a weird thing to say, because obviously, either you're going to have a deal or you're not going to have a deal. But my point is that they've been very consistent. Now, most people, most pundits, most people who come up to the stage here today, and I think the sentiment on the stage is indicative of the body politic in the United States right now, which is well hurting economically. They want a deal. This is what I wrote on Facebook, X, and Substack the other day that prompted the other day meeting yesterday after he said it. And this is what I wrote, and then I'm going to turn it over to you for your commentary on the question. Well, everyone else seemingly is hoping for a deal for as recognized John Bolton is not. Bolton hopes negotiations fail. He argues that each day of the ceasefire represents a reprieve for the regime, giving them time to cast on CNN. And because I was going into early because of the Memorial Day, my shift changed slightly. As I was waiting for the 6:18 train, I wrote this and I posted it. I posted it immediately after it was constant. On my way home, I started my car and switched to CNN on Sirius XM satellite radio, and I heard Kimberly Dozier, their national security correspondent, being interviewed by the host of the hour, saying that in actual fact, Bolton's comments are echoed by members of the national security community that she knows and has been interviewed. And in fact, his assessment is accurate. Now, I'm not arguing in support or opposition to what Bolton is saying. I'm just saying those are the facts. This is what Bolton said yesterday, and this is what Kimberly Dozier said about, she reported on what the national security folks are telling her, that he's absolutely right about this. So I found it to be interesting, don't you, that Bolton is saying, no, America, you're wrong. A deal is horrible, and then if we continue on this trajectory, history will judge this as a colossal failure by the United States government to basically have the Iranian regime right where they wanted them, and then let up when they should not have. And I suspect whether it was correct or incorrect what the president has been doing, it was because of the domestic pressures. Because we're very easily pressured in a first world environment over inconveniences and the effects of those inconveniences on our daily budgets. Whereas in third world nations, they're so used to it that they kind of laugh at us. Some of them do anyway. So with that introduction, and again, the question to sure is, would no deal actually be better, as Bolton suggests? I will start with Howard, followed by Marshall, and once again, folks, don't lose faith. Those of you who are raising your hand in the audience, I will get to you. Howard.
initially sensitive, but it's really interested to hear other perspectives and gain some learnings in this whole things.
Well, if you look at my Facebook post, you will see that Bob Day, who I referred to several times on the stage here, the former congressman from Ohio Republican, commented. And Bob was really, and Bob, by the way, is an expert on Iran. He speaks Farsi. He's been there. He's traveled there many times. He's known the various leaders who were around when he was in Congress. So, in fact, interestingly, I think I mentioned that when I travel to Detroit, I go through Ohio. I'll oftentimes meet Bob for a meal, and invariably we end up at an Iranian restaurant, and he orders for us both in Farsi, and I'm like blown away at this, white American speaking Farsi, so I really understand the situation. And he does not like Bolton. He did not like Bolton when he was in Congress. And his comments, and we all know that Bolton is a newcomer, and it's true. And his comments were Howard. John Bolton has never followed more than like. And that actually may be true. I mean, I sure get that impression of John Bolton. But what Bolton is saying, to your point, I think, Howard, is we're in quagmire because we let up. And what I think Bolton is arguing, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but this is my takeaway from hearing in the interview yesterday. What he's basically arguing is that we have kept the pressure off, and when I say we, he means the United States and Israel. We wouldn't be in quagmire because they were in a horrible state. And now, as always, when there is a ceasefire involving Iran or one of its terrorist proxies, that gives them an opportunity to reconstitute. And, to quote Yogi Berra, is deja vu all over again. So I don't know as well which is the better tack to take, but just given my assessment of what Bolton was saying at face value, if you don't mind, is there some validity in your mind, Howard, to that argument?
Yeah, there's validity to it, for sure, Gary. As you've said many times, there's only so much we, the public, know the information that we have. We honestly don't really know what's going on behind the scenes, or what are the true sticking points in negotiation, or what is being agreed to, or what other parties perhaps are also involved in ensuring that they're against an agreement. It may not make sense to have an agreement at this point in time. And, time will tell, but yeah, what you just outlined does make sense.
By the way, as an aside, and I want to make it, I get thinking of the governor before I signed the APA non-disclosure, so that people doing the people's work would be prohibited by law from talking to anybody about the work that we are doing. I'm not kidding. Remember NBC used to have the promo, the more you know? Well, I guess with this administration, it's the less you know. Now, I'm not saying that applies. I'm concerned about that to negotiations. Obviously, these type of negotiations necessarily should be conducted behind closed doors. And obviously, decisions about deployment of military 100% are not being disclosed. Unless it's to their advantage, but that's up to them. I don't believe in disclosing anything that puts our forces potentially in harm's way. I think we have a responsibility in the news media not to disclose those things if we know. But point that out as an aside, because you're absolutely right. And, this is the recurring theme as we try to suss things out here in the criminal justice world. We don't really know. If that's true, thank you, Howard. But then, then if we're wrong, in retrospect, we have a jail card, Howard. Because that's right. So that maybe there's some advantage to it. Thank you, Howard. Marshall followed by Alan. Marshall. Mr. Marshall. This is, the show where the world is crowded. Where in the world is Marshall Rankin?
No, I'm right here. Sorry.
All right. I know it is. You want a big build up, a big introduction.
Big introduction of all of us.
I know how you are. I know the game you're playing.
I think it's better to have a deal than not have a deal. That way, when they break in, you can say, see, we told you they were going to do this. They're not worth their word. I think not having one just allows too much unsaid. So that's the basic synopsis of what I think.
Does it matter to you what that deal is when you say it's better to have a deal than not have a deal?
Yeah, it does. I mean, if it was a deal the United States would accept over, it's like Iran's going to get a nuclear weapon and we're going to clear out the Middle East. Yeah, we're probably not signing something like that. So, of course, in that situation, the deal's not worth it. But one in which we get some of what we want, they get some of what they want, as long as, if none of the equals on each side are kind of respected, then I suppose you would make a deal if you can. If you're not even send us something that says, get the hell out of the Middle East, and oh, by the way, we're going to make nuclear bombs, then that's obviously not something the United States would possibly agree to.
Thank you, Marshall. And followed by Alyssa. Alan always thinks it was useful to know what man out within a retail store. Customers have to come first. I've told him this a million times. Alan, are you there? He will let us know when he's back because this is his area of expertise. Owen?
I agree with what you said, but also with what Marshall said because I've walked. This is all changed after the China visit. You know how he came back and he was like so happy? I think he just looked that pissed off that the Chinese president and leader because the main deals with it and China does not want to take out my brand. And he that's because he called like radio side. He's been like transparent about everything since he's been in office. And then all of these generals that are still working for the Department of War, they're like, you cannot negotiate with these people. It's impossible. They've tried for years. And these are generals of them, been in battle with them. They said that it's not possible. I watched them tired of the place as normal things say like Trump's his strategies, his forcing.
You've been kicked out of that room, Hermes? You've been banned, huh? Hope you don't get deported from Mexico, he said.
And not negotiation. He's forcing that, not negotiation. And it's not a strategy. I don't think there's a strategy because he's not being open about it with us. And I think China has something to do with this and his visit there. And I know he does care about people, innocent people, doesn't want to take out anybody that's not radical, and there's a lot there. But he says they can locate anybody, anywhere. So why don't they take out Mr.
that, Alyssa. Now, you know, New York is so important, a community that we've named it twice. And it's sort of like the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Boutros Ghali, or Sirhan. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we have Alan on the stage, and I have no idea which Alan is going to speak, but I think one of you is a ghost, Alan.
No, both of them. I confused you, I confused everybody. On top of it, I confused myself. Hello, everyone. If you remember, Gary, I don't want to sidetrack everything. There was a lady in our previous program. Her name was Liz. She's in your neighbor, I think. Both of you from New Jersey.
I know Liz very well. Actually, she popped up when we were doing our little experiment.
Yes, I know you have
Facebook, right.
But she's on the club day, and she doesn't have nothing else. I tried club day. I couldn't. I didn't know. The deal was supposed to get rid of these mullahs, the killers machine, these murders. They supposed to get rid of them. I'm speaking of at least behalf of 80 million Iranians, which they are extremely disappointed, heartbroken. They are still screaming, say we're not worried about the bombing, we're not worried about the Tomahawk bombing, we are worried about if this regime stays. And I don't know when the world is going to get it, but I'm sorry. The whole thing is tangled based on the money. Who makes this, who makes that, who makes money. And all the background, as far as most Iranian they know, they are trying to see who can take over Iran, regardless of what the situation is, who can take over and how much these outsiders can milk Iran for another 47 years, 43 years. And Iranian, they said enough is enough. Let us to be judge of ourselves. Let us to be control our destiny. Let us to go back to where we were and start from there and rebuild everything. Gary, you cannot deny this. Any situation. It's going to be 3-4 generations until Iran come back to 47 years ago. Not like today. It's not going to happen. It's not going to jump to today's situation. It's going to be 40, probably 3 generations. If you guys, I had 2 calls today. 500,000 toman. 500,000 toman. When I left Iran, $1 was equal to 7 toman. Today, $1 is almost 198,000 toman. They paid 500,000 for a 1 gig internet. This is how they start making the money, because all the sanction, it breaks the back of this regime. And still the propaganda machine which they have, lots of them outside in the world, they are saying this, they that, this, that, don't do this, don't do that. People are dying for it. They got paid for many years for a day like this. No deal. Get rid of this regime, or for another 47 years, the world, especially the Middle East, gonna pay a big price for it. I don't know in what language, and this is what it wasn't in my talk. It was the conversation I had with one of my old friends she lives very close to the place got hit yesterday. Last night they hit Bandar Abbas pretty good. They destroyed few ships. It was a successful attack, and she lives about 4 miles, 5 miles from the place. But she said nothing happened to us. Nothing. Nobody had any damage on the civilian, and only the ships got hit. The airport over there got hit, which was a success anyway. And then it was other friend in Tehran, and he's been in a bad situation for almost 6-7 months. Lunch pay. He's a teacher at the school, so they cut his salary. They put him on the leave of absence, and he doesn't know what the hell he wants to do. He every once in a while he get on the, he get on the internet because only email people can communicate with the email. But that expensive things I told you for 1 gig or 2 gig, you have to pay almost $500,000 to 1 million to just say to people, hey, I'm fine, we are fine, we are not hurt, and give a peace of mind to the family, right?
The contrast, Alan, it just shows the perspectives are so different. And I'm not being critical of the perspectives of people. I'm just saying the perspectives are so different. The president is under immense pressure right now to wrap this up because of the economic pain it's causing in the United States. And he's getting that from both the Democrats who are beating up on him and the Republicans who are concerned about how it might affect the midterm elections. So he's in this squeeze and he's got all of this pressure on him. And on the other hand, what I just heard you say, Alan, is that people welcome the bombs that puts them in harm's way in Iran just to get rid of this evil regime. So we're crying about $5 a gallon at the pump or whatever we're paying, depending on where you are in the country. And they're complaining about a regime that's killing them to the point where they would accept the possibility that they might be martyred by an American or Israeli bomb designed to get rid of this regime. It's just mind-boggling, the contrast that you just presented to us.
Exactly, and I'm glad you understand to the T. You nailed the situation so good. I don't think so I'll be able to explain like that in 100 years. As you said, it's a two perspective. One, it's hanging up by the thread for their life. They are ready to die because they said, enough is enough. We have two choices, either die or get rid of this regime. But over here, and you think the regime of Iran, they don't know, they have people, ears all over this country. They are reporting every second to them, and they're taking advantage of this situation. And that's the whole thing is, they said, I remember I was in the college, and when this regime came, people of Iran says, oh, don't worry, they're leaving. Finally, they come up and they said, we didn't come in here as a guest, we're not leaving. And they knew, and they know, in system here is every 4 years. The next guy comes, the whole situation changed. We saw that. I don't need to explain to you guys. And my position, I understand both sides. I'm living in the same situation you guys live, and I'm hearing this stuff is over there. And to be honest with you, I'm getting torn apart. It looks like a two element grabbing me and it's splitting me from her.
There you go. There's a testimonial from Alan. Andrew, followed by Les.
Good afternoon, Gary. I hope you had a good long weekend.
It was okay. The weather sucked, but it's beautiful now. And you know what? I said before we started that I was out mowing the lawn. Mm-hmm. I actually enjoyed it because I was out in the sun for a little bit. It's nice. I almost took the show outside. I might still do it before we're done. I might just walk outside and do the rest of the show outside. It's so delightful.
Do it from your balcony if you have one. Yeah. I wouldn't want to be a naysayer. I've been one. And that's a little pun there. What was his name? Bob Ney, did you say? Is that the gentleman you were speaking of?
Well, anyway, I'm sorry. The naysayer on who?
Is Bob Ney, is that the guy that you were just...
Yeah, Bob Ney, former Congressman.
I don't want to be a naysayer.
Oh, I get it. Bada boom, bada bing. Good one.
But I would say this. I think one of the cards that Iran has always had is that they understand that the United States population would not support ground troops in Iran. And that being the case, I don't know how long they could hold out with full blockade. Eventually you're going to run out of military targets in terms of bombing. Then what do you bomb? Then you start looking at civilian infrastructure, and that has a whole connotation in terms of war crimes, etc. So I think that's something that they've realized, that the only way that this could be successful for no terms, or terms that would be unconditional, would be for the United States to actually put boots on the ground. So I don't think there's a choice right now, and I don't know what kind of, we've seen, support coming in. I don't know what kind of ground routes are available on the west side or east side of Iran into Iran that would subvert any kind of sea blockade. But because I just don't know enough about that kind of stuff. However, I think the United States has to make a deal. It's not going to be the deal that they did have formerly, that Mr. Trump tore up. It's going to be more in Iran's favor. But short of going in with actual troops, I don't see how you could have no deal. You can't stay there forever in that Gulf, bobbing around in the sea. It costs too much money. The United States population don't support this thing already. So I think Mr. Trump has found himself in a difficult position, one of his own making. I don't believe that they had an imminent threat to launch a nuclear weapon at this particular point in time. Whether or not that was a year down the road or how long, I don't know. But maybe that. But yeah, I think that's really the card that Iran is holding on to, uprooting this regime. I don't know how you can get rid of it from the air or from a simple blockade. It's regards to prices of oil and fertilizer, etc., and the pain that the population of Iran is suffering with the existence of this regime for the last 47 years. It's heartbreaking, but I don't know how you could get the population here in the West on side to actually put people on the ground to uproot this regime. Maybe if they had done this before Iraq, that might have been a thing. But after 20 years of Iraq and Afghanistan, and of course I know what the political situation was with 9/11, etc. Iraq was definitely a big mistake. It was a divergence from what they should have been doing, which was Afghanistan in the first place. But maybe had they gone into Iran rather than Iraq, that might have been something that people would have supported in Iran. It's obvious, not like in Iraq and Afghanistan, perhaps. But anyway, those are my thoughts. Gary, thanks.
Has been challenged a little bit recently. And that is, I said at the time, I asked an expert from the Council on Foreign Relations, who I was interviewing on this show in its previous iteration on a different platform. I said, isn't this a miscalculation to take out Saddam? Because Saddam was a counterbalance to the Iranian regime. And he told me, well, I don't know what I'm talking about. Turns out I was right. I may not have been an expert, but in this instance, maybe like a broken clock, just coincidentally, I was right and he was wrong, even though he was the expert. I think that's a very valid point. I wanted to ask you, let's just say for the sake of discussion, Andrew, your assessment is correct that we were not facing imminent weaponization of the nuclear program. and you said, well, maybe 2 years, let's say 4, let's say 5, it doesn't really matter. If we were to project to 5 years down where they got to the point where they really were a threat, circumstances, an expansive, mountainous, region that Americans do not want to go boots on the ground. So what's the difference?
Well, I don't know, Gary, but I would say this, that that right away turn people away from this being a valid exercise. I use those, words. But had they come with evidence, real evidence, that they were imminently prepared to build and launch a nuclear weapon, I think is the key word, then I think you would have had more support behind it. If that becomes the case down the road, I think there might be more support to actually put boots on the ground. Yes, there would be a lot of bloodshed, and it would be hard, but I think the difference is that there's a hope of the American troops or the international troops or whatever might go in at this point in time. And they had so many different reasons. First it was that, another thing, then it was another thing, regime change, all these things came out, but it just didn't seem very well orchestrated to prove the reasoning to go to this extent. So that's my thought. I don't know.
Well, we know that this president is not particularly diplomatic, and then he pissed off, and he continues to piss off, by the way. I have a story that I posted to the main chat today also about withdrawing our military commitment to NATO. It's an important read, in my opinion. So he was not as successful, I don't even know that he tried, as was George W. Bush in putting together a coalition of the willing, as he called it, because he couldn't. He just didn't have the relationship. He sullied the U.S. relationship with those entities. People came to the stage here to argue this is a good thing because we're wasting our money and they're not amping up as they're supposed to. And enough is enough with the United States. They can't suck off the tit of the United States any longer. All this kind of nonsense or argumentation. I apologize. But regardless, the manner in which it occurred did in fact make it virtually impossible to put together a coalition, even if they tried. And had there been worldwide support, I don't know whether there could be no imminent threat, but as the Director of National Intelligence, she declined to publicly confirm when pressed the White House assessments of the Iranian near possession of nuclear weapons. I don't know. That may be a minor.
There was a guy there too that resigned not too long ago, maybe a month or so ago. I can't remember his name, but he was a quote unquote MAGA in the administration. I don't remember what his role was. Maybe somebody else does. But he came out and actually disputed that assessment.
I don't know who two of you are first, so I can't confirm or deny that. I'll take it at your word. Thank you, Andrew. We'll go to Les, followed by our mates.
First of all, the MAGA people, to a great extent, they were for him because he was the guy who was going to get us out of Afghanistan and keep us out of foreign wars. So it's not. So their assessment, the people you're talking about, their assessment of Iran involvement was isolationist anyway. And if they get a bomb in a year, or we have to cut that off now. It's sort of like, you can't just let things fester. We tried that with North Korea, and they played us with time, and that's exactly what Iran is doing. I don't know, I'm not a military guy, and I don't have any background there, and I don't have any secret information about what our military stockpiles were. And it made sense we needed to catch our breath and get more, anti-missile missiles and that sort of thing. But I wouldn't trust Iran to keep their word, and certainly we have to keep the, freedom in the Strait of Hormuz, because so much oil goes through there, and it's a balance between quote-unquote starvation and things going smoothly. But that's an interesting argument that, Gary, you presented to us that I hadn't thought of, which is, we're fighting a war, and maybe we don't need, we certainly don't want to sign an agreement that's going to screw us up. This idea, by the way, that they can't get to the guy to sign to okay on the Iran side, the Ayatollah, he has to agree to every dot and tittle that's in this thing. That's an old negotiating tactic, isn't it? You've probably heard of that used many times, at least for the last few hundred years. You say, well, okay, I'll now that I know exactly what your bottom line is, now I can't say yes or no, but I'll take it to the guy that can. And if you don't have someone that can agree, that's a good way to get screwed in a negotiation. I didn't read that in Art of a Deal, but it certainly is something that has been again used for hundreds of years as leverage in a negotiation. Thank you.
So, Les, if that assessment is accurate, then the words of John Bolton start to echo in my head a little bit, because his argument is that they keep resisting a conclusion of the war to give them an opportunity to arm themselves. I don't know, maybe that's part of the deal, that they claim that it's difficult to get the Ayatollah Khamenei to sign off on the latest comma or semicolon in the document in order to just obfuscate and cause the kind of delays that Bolton is speaking of. I'm not saying that that's the case, but I'm just wondering, based on what you just said, would you believe so?
The bottom line is they're doing what North Korea did. They are playing for time.
Yeah, and there are many ways of doing it. I mean, didn't the North Vietnamese argue over the shape of the negotiating table in order to buy for time? You're right. There are tactics such as that. And so when we see those tactics in play, I think it's prudent to maybe try to analyze why they are in play. And that was my suggestion anyway. Thank you, Les. Armaze followed by Agent.
Thank you. Good afternoon or evening, everyone, or good morning, depending where you're at. I think no deal would actually be better, because if we just set the effect, the mindset that we're not going to get anything out of this, what we're going to do. So, absolutely, no deal is better. At least we're in control that way. Thank you, Gary.
Well, there are some people that think that the JCPOA was terrific. The president himself said the other day, the former President Obama, said himself the other day that I was able to stop their nuclear proliferation in Iran and didn't have to fire one bullet. That's what he said. On the other hand, there are a lot of people, many of whom come to this stage, who have said the JCPOA was a horrible deal, was a sellout, it allowed them to reconstitute subterfugely, and et cetera, et cetera. I don't know, and you don't know, obviously, neither of us do, that if there is a deal reached, whether it in the aggregate could be assessed as positive or negative, and I'm certain that if a deal is reached, just like with the JCPOA, there are going to be those coming to the stage saying, this deal is great, the president is a winner out of the deal, and some will say, he has no idea what he's doing, he sent amateurs in there, and look what we got. Nobody's going to be totally satisfied with whatever deal comes out. A lot of people will be very dissatisfied, maybe rightly or wrongly, and maybe their motivations are valid, or maybe their motivations are just that they don't like Donald Trump. I don't know. But I think to suggest today that whatever deal that they might reach would not be a good one is a little naive, because we have no idea. What we do know about what they're telling us, and you're right, we don't know what to believe when they say these things, but the administration is absolutely consistent on this line. No dust, no deal. And what they mean by the dust is the enriched plutonium. The dust. No dust, no deal. Now, to their credit, they're not specific on what that means. It could mean that Iran, under the watchful eyes of whoever, maybe the IAEA, maybe the United States, I don't know, maybe a third party, disposes of the enriched plutonium, and it's verified. Maybe it means the United States or Israel procuring the enriched plutonium. Did I mispronounce plutonium a minute ago? The enriched plutonium. Maybe it involves Russia or China, as they have offered, or another third party procuring the enriched plutonium. Interestingly, and I don't know whether there's a relationship with what we are discussing this or not, the administration came up with what is on the surface a brilliant proposal, and that is to repurpose plutonium in nuclear warheads for the building of nuclear energy plants. Now, I don't know the physics of all that, but I thought that, at least on the surface, sounded pretty brilliant. Anyway, Armaze, if you want to respond to my pushback a little bit on you here, that'd be...
Thank you, Gary. Yeah, I agree with you. It's just, I'm so done with us being at war there that it's like, let's just take no deal. We'll set the terms, and then we'll be happy.
Well, I think the presupposition, at least of Bolton's comments, is no deal so that we can go back to war. So, but you just said you're sick and tired of war, so I'm not sure you're assessing the question the same way as it was intended when I proposed it. And that may have been a failing on my part. I don't understand how no deal means no war, as you have suggested.
Well, I guess what I was saying is, let's pull out, right? Let's take no deal, and let's take on another strategy.
What would that strategy be?
What? We could do sanctions.
Okay, we already did those and they didn't work. What else?
Oh, we could do other types of sanctions.
Okay, we already did those. Didn't work. What else?
Then the third set of sanctions.
Okay, we already did those and they don't work. What else?
Okay, then the 10th set of sanctions.
Well, you're missing the point, which is your suggestion that we should move on to another tactic is a tactic we've tried. It doesn't work. I don't understand why you would make a suggestion to solve a problem with a tactic that doesn't actually solve the problem. And you know it doesn't solve the problem, so I don't understand why you're recommending it.
But war is not going to solve the problem either.
Well,
Okay.
let's look at this for a second, Armaze, because you're a pacifist, and I respect that. You are consistently on the stage arguing against wars. That's great. I'm with you. I don't want wars either. But let me ask you the question. If we say hands off and they develop nuclear weapons and they turn those nuclear weapons against, say, Tel Aviv or Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, which is not outside the realm of possibility, would you have affected, if you were in charge, your philosophy of you don't want any more wars? Would that have been a positive way of getting to no wars when it actually resulted in nuclear warfare potentially?
I didn't really understand the question here.
Okay. Let me try to rephrase it and I'm going to move on. The question is, correct me if I'm wrong in my assumptions, I'm speaking on your behalf. You have consistently said on the stage, you're basically a pacifist, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, fine, so I didn't mistake that. And you say no wars, let's just pull up stakes and leave and try to contain them by other means, as means that are as yet to be articulated, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so this is going to be a what if. What if President Army got the Nobel Peace Prize for it because you ended the wars, and then as a result of that, Iran reconstitutes its nuclear weapons program and then fires the bomb at Tel Aviv and or Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Would you have considered your decision in retrospect then to withdraw the troops a good one or a bad one?
In that scenario, that would have been bad, right? But here's, to give you a little bit of pushback, it's like, it's not if, it's when, right? And that's what I really want to push out there, that I think we need to contain them however we can, not using war, using some other means. If we need to control them to the point where they don't have nuclear arms, then so be it. And that's what we do.
Their problem is there is no other means. We tried all the peaceful steps, and they don't work. So what are you left with after you've tried everything peaceful?
Okay. Well, I understand what you're saying, but I'm still against war.
I'm not saying you have to be for war. I wasn't asking that. I was asking all the things that are peaceful that you could do to try to move them. We've done. If they don't work, what does that mean that you have left?
I think we need to explore to see what we can create.
Not what I asked you. Once you take violence and non-violence and on the same table, and you try all the non-violent things, and they don't work, what are you left with? Nothing.
I agree with what you're saying, but I know for a fact we have not tried everything there is to try.
Okay, but what if we not tried? If you were so well versed in Iranian American policy and our ability to persuade Iran to not get nuclear weapons, what is the stuff we've tried? What is the stuff we haven't tried?
I'll give you an example. We won't let the Iranian team, the football team, stay in the U.S. So Claudia, Mexico, told them, yeah, you can come stay with us here in
Well, that's not exactly a proper recitation of what happened. What happened was they decided they did not want to reside their team in the United States. And for whatever reason, it had to do, I believe, with display of a flag or something like that. I understand their position. And they decided to decamp before they actually camped the United States. And they made the unilateral decision to move their headquarters to Mexico. And the president of Mexico then said they are welcome there. That's not quite the way you presented it. I just want to make sure that we are factual in the way we present it. So there's a nuance different, and I think this nuance different is very significant from the way you just presented. But how does that stop them from developing a nuclear weapon? Okay, no answer. I'm going to...
Gary, can I say something?
Of course, of course.
But I sent you it's a video from a news media outlet from Mexico, from TikTok, and it clearly shows Claudia saying, you can look at it. It clearly says the United States would not let the Iranian team stay there.
Okay, but she said they were welcome after they made the decision to move to Mexico. So again, the question I have, and then we'll go back to Alan for a second, is what does that have to do where the Iranian team stages? I mean, it's a 3-country event, the World Cup. So the 3 countries are hosting it. So they could have decided to go to Canada. It doesn't really matter. What does that have to do with our discussion today? That kind of alluded.
It's the Iranian team, right? And the U.S. We should keep, we have told many people, keep politics out of sports. I mean, we told LeBron James.
That's a good argument to be made if that's what we're discussing. But the discussion is far higher level than the question of whether the United States diplomatically created a misstep with regard to the World Cup games, which is, if you're correct in your assessment, is absolutely open to criticism. You say that in the context of the question that Marshall asked you, what can be done to prevent Iran, short of war, from obtaining nuclear weapons, and you talk about the World Cup?
Well, I will say this, right? I'm not versed to that level in politics, so I'm only using common sense. And my common sense as a carpenter tells me there's other things we should be able to do other than war.
Okay, I'm going to give you an assignment, as I have in the past. Your assignment this time, Armaze, is if you can come up with an alternative. I am relatively confident. I'm not saying that I have a direct line to the Oval Office, but I'm relatively confident that I know how to get a legitimate proposal to the attention of the executive branch. I do. I could. If you came up with something that really gets us out of this question of war or no war to stop a war, which is basically what we're discussing, because you're just talking concepts here. When Marshall tries to pin you can't, then that's fine. But if you can come up with something, I will, if it's a legitimate, doable solution, I will get it into the hands of somebody in the executive branch. Is that a deal?
That's a deal. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. Alan?
Yes, sir. I'm amazed everybody's saying. I agree with Hermes what he says. No deal, but find the solution. But nobody's suggesting this. I think the only things can give 100% result is support the Iranian. Don't tell me this sophisticated world with all this equipment, everything is possible in their hand. They cannot support the 80 million people which they against the regime. Come on, we saw this in the past. In many countries, they had lot less supporters and they were success. But this is how it is. Only way, support Iranian by any way you can. And think ultimately is weaponize them and they take care of everything. It makes the life so easy for each individual of you. And then it's going to happen. But nobody is paying attention to that. I don't know what is in there because that's what the Iranian is asking. They said, we don't want to do anything. All we need your support. That's it. And don't tell me this sanction it can be. If we cannot stop China to milk Iran, if we cannot stop Russia, then don't worry about it. Don't forget about it. Why? This thing didn't start as a war. It started as a precise hit. Israel hit the top element, annihilate them to the highest extent. And then Mr. Trump came out of Southern, says, you guys go and we are back you up. And then send all this shit, all this equipment over there. They're sitting in every American, they claim, $14 billion a day it's cost. This is nothing. Just put them, plan together, help and as you said, I think you said something about what Obama said. He was the cause. It's nuclear advancement. Who built Natanz? Natanz built after all this deal Mr. Obama had with Iran. Who is going to go? I don't know how many. Do you have any restaurant owners in here? Is the health department? It's going to give you 2 weeks advance. They can't come and check your restaurant, or they're just going to walk in. They're just going to walk in. Obama made a deal 3 weeks advance. We give you a notice. We're going to come check you. These people are all built up our lives. Back to you, Gary. I don't know. Help Iranian. Find a way to help Iranian. Don't tell me this advanced world, they cannot with the solution. They can help 80 million people get rid of the murder, them jailed, put them raping. Jesus Christ. Back to
Well, you probably came closer to the real solution to all this than anybody has on the stage, but I don't really want to discuss right now. But there probably is something going on if I channel Tom Clancy. I can see what may be going on behind the scenes. So I could be wrong, but I think you came very, very close to revealing the scenario of the fictional account of this, and I'm hard at work at, Alan. Agent followed by William.
Hi. I'm curious for you to say more. Do you think there'll just be more replacement of the leadership in Iran so the actual deal can go through?
Oh, you picked up on it, didn't you? So the reality is the Israelis showed was Hezbollah. They showed was Hamas. And now they're showing with Hezbollah. And they showed during a time with Iran that the tactic of playing wackadoodle, which I don't mean the light of it, it's people's lives. And people will argue that it's, against international law. I'm not saying that it is or it isn't, and I'm not saying I propose it. What I'm talking about, what I suggest is probably the scenario, is exactly that. You keep, nobody wants to be the next one to get promoted because they know that they're going to get you. Why do you think they're doing this relay system to get information to the Ayatollah? They're scared to death that the Israelis are going to find out where he is. It would not be beyond the realm of possibility that the Israelis already know. For God's sakes, when that war, the that short war occurred in August, the attacks did not all come from Israel. The attacks came from Israelis who had been in country for years. We're talking about a country that's fighting for its own existence, and they're going to do what they need to do to stay alive. And are the U.S. and Israeli policies in alignment? Sometimes, but sometimes they're cross-purposed. The president is worrying about the midterms. The prime minister is worried about whether there's going to be a mushroom-shaped cloud hanging over Israel. Totally different perspectives. If you, or any, not you, but if one were to think that the Israeli approach to this should be expected to be the same as the U.S. approach, notwithstanding the tremendous support the United States gives Israel militarily, and notwithstanding the ability the United States has to tell Israel you can do this or you can't do that, you lose some of your sovereignty when you accept the money. This is exactly why Netanyahu said a few weeks ago that we want to work to the point where we no longer need the largesse of the United States, so that Israel can do what's in Israel's best interest, and the United States can do what's in the United States' best interest. And more times than not, there'll be an alignment there, but not always, especially when it comes to tactics. Not always. And the Israelis are really good at finding where these folks are. And I'm not going to say that I have any inside information, but I will say I am far from not believing the Israelis know where the Ayatollah Khamenei is right now, that they can reach out and touch any time that they want. And what's been constraining them is Trump. And I'm not criticizing Trump. He's doing what he thinks is best for him in the United States. But Netanyahu, and by the way, for everybody who's got their crosshairs, not physical crosshairs, political crosshairs, pointed at Netanyahu, if you think that there would be a substantial change in Israeli body politic with regard to protecting the homeland, if Netanyahu...
Sort of the regional countries, I think mostly just want stability, but also they're certainly wary of Iran. They don't want, they're all somewhat at odds. Saudi especially. Saudi said if Iran got a bomb, they would go for a bomb. It basically will cause an absolute shit show if Iran gets a bomb. You can argue it's already caused a shit show that Israel has the bomb. And I heard a description or analysis the other day that even what we've seen, I think, could go back to last summer before Trump dropping the bombs last summer was in part he was given a choice. He was given a kind of an ultimatum or a bit of a choice of saying, look, we, Israel, I'm sure it came from Netanyahu or his close associates, we are going, we cannot have Iran getting a bomb because they will nuke us one way or another. And that we believe this is the case. It's almost an absolute or too high a risk. And the only tool we have to prevent it is to nuke them. And we will, if it's close enough or if as soon as they have it, we will use the only tool we have to stop them from getting the bomb. Come hell or high water, because we're almost screwed anyway. Even Pakistan is apparently, I need confirmation on this, but in this analysis, Pakistan's already pledged that if Israel nukes Iran, then Pakistan will nuke Israel. that was new information to me.
Some pact between Iran and Pakistan.
Right. That seems like a big problem. And to me, I'd like to understand that more and why the U.S., for instance, like is willing to tolerate that. But yeah, essentially that would not be right. So it just becomes this like cascading, like World War I became this cascade of alliances that then kicked off this crazy war, and it seems like that is what we were looking at with Iran going for the bomb. They were an insane regime. I think to Alan, Alan talked about the Iranian people. I have many dear friends who are Persian, and I am very sympathetic. I want all the good things for the Iranian people. They had a chance, even the last few years, like they've been given many chances. Even the revolution they had, like the Shah was at least our boy there, right? He got overthrown. My understanding by both the far left and the far right at the time, but the far right dominated and like probably crushed the far left after that. And now you have IRGC, and that's been bad. These people look at all the terror they sponsored in the region. They just want to they see themselves as we are the Persian Empire, we are, and we should have the nukes and we should dominate. And Israel's a problem. Israel's the little Satan. U.S. is the big Satan that supports them, and it's like, mission to destroy them. If they could just be reasonable, we could all live in peace. They could just be, they're great people. They could be flourishing, just doing business. Or we pay like some fraction of our military budget for this. We haven't put troops on the ground. So it's like, can we kind of cheaply, efficiently get this job bust and how they are organized? So I think the long term, though, is the U.S. is going to it's not going to go so well. The U.S. is eventually going to withdraw one way or another and maybe claim a fake victory. And then Israel will be left to continue. And yeah, using the means that you're suggesting, using direct bombing, like they're just going to have to be more aggressive. But their goal, it's two competing goals, because the U.S., I think, just wants stability and peace at some level. And Israel wants to really crush. They're not willing to just like, oh yeah, you handed over the nuclear stuff and it's done. I think at this point they want to keep Iran a rump state. They don't care if it looks like God. Like, it's almost like that's the end state, I think, of anyone who opposes Israel at some level, is you're going to become Gaza. And
hold on a second here. It's not opposing Israel at some level. It is using your terrorist network to kill Jewish people in Israel. And if you're going to do that, then you're going to get the wrath of God to come down upon you. That's the Israeli perspective. They're not threatening people who oppose them in some manner. They're not, all this propaganda out there. I'm not saying that you are a proponent of the propaganda. But all this propaganda about Israel expansionism and all this kind of stuff. I understand that there's a dispute, in particular, over the West Bank and how that is being managed. And I think that is a legitimate discussion to have. But they're not taking over Egypt. They're not taking over Jordan. They're not taking over Saudi Arabia. No, in fact, they are reaching out to their Arab neighbors, and they're trying to get them, with the help of the president, the way he's doing it is horrible, and it should be a public pronouncement, to get them to join the Abraham Accords, because the leaders of these nations recognize, as you point out, that if we all get along and we're willing to trade with one another, everybody benefits. But if you are going to have your proxies in Gaza come over on October the 7th and commit an atrocity that on a per capita basis was far greater than 9/11, and one in which people were we know what happened to all the people. I don't have to repeat all the horrible things that happened to the victims, who were gathered, many of them, at a peace concert, for God's sake. So,
legislature because that's not a fair representation of the policy happening.
You also implied that Israel's been public that they would use nuclear weapon on Iran. Where's that?
No, I don't know. No, not public. Not public.
But you said that Israel would use a nuclear weapon on Iran.
Yeah, I think they would preemptively in order to prevent Iran getting it.
See, that's probably there's no way rationally anyone would think that could ever happen.
Well, I don't know about rationally, but I think it is a rationality.
No, you can talk to this is not a reasonable argument. It's not a reasonable argument.
Well, and also agent says, Pakistan says, if Israel bomb Iran, they're gonna bomb Israel. How come Pakistan didn't come and say, I'll make sure of Iran doesn't get hands on the nuclear weapon? How come he didn't say that? They can be negotiated.
No, I'm not exactly sure what you're saying. Yeah, I think it's horrible that Pakistan got the nuke, and that India got the nuke, and that North Korea got the nuke, and that Russia got the nuke, and that China got the nuke. Like, I don't think anyone should have had anyone should either have had prevented anybody else from getting
No evidence that would happen. A country of 9 million people.
Context there. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I put the context that this is one of the analyses that I heard. I am repeating it.
Oh, come on. One of the analyses that you've heard, you mean the unrivaled bullshit that's going on?
Gary, this guy's a clown. Why are we even giving him airtime? Seriously, why are we giving this guy airtime? He's a clown, he's a troll, and he's taking us off topic.
You're a little sensitive here. Look, I'm very sympathetic to the pro-Israel position. I'm extremely.
Doesn't sound it.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Okay. It's interesting because the person who told me this claims to be Israeli, but anyway.
There's your analysis right there. So there's your analysis there. Your analysis comes from somebody who claims to be Israeli, saying that Israel would use the nuclear weapon. I can tell you for sure that the Israelis have no desire to put radioactive dust over the Middle East.
They don't want it. It's just existential, defensive move.
Okay. Thank you.
And Gary also is an agent, this gentleman claimed he knows a lot of Persian friends. And all of them, they are saying this. I was wondering if he ever asked them, no Persian, I promise you my life on this. No Persian is going to say, this regime are Iranian.
Gary, that was
this regime, they are not Iranian.
That was a bunch of propaganda trope that we unfortunately just had to put 5 minutes to just now.
Okay, but I think he exposed himself. Thank you for that. I think Agent will go to William, followed by David.
Hey, the purpose, as I understand it, of having nuclear weapons is as a deterrent. As far as I know, and I could be wrong, Israel has never formally even announced that it has a nuclear weapon. People assume that Israel has a nuclear weapon, but my understanding, I could be wrong, is that they never announced that they have a nuclear weapon.
Well, maybe that plant is really not a nuclear plant, but they're just claiming it's nuclear.
No. That's not what I'm saying. No, you're going off on a tangent.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. How do we know that they have the nuclear weapon?
I'm just saying the official position. I'm not saying that they do or they don't.
No, I'm just saying maybe they don't. We don't know. We don't know for sure. I mean, they certainly have the skills. Have they done any underground testing?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
However, to get back to what I was saying, the purpose
of nuclear threat, as I understand it, is as a deterrent to other people, from other people, to attack your sovereignty. That's my understanding of what the rationale is for the nuclear weapons. Not because you're advocating to go into another country and light them up with an atomic bomb or a hydrogen bomb, but just as a deterrent from others not to do so to you.
Right, and so you do not hear Israel say, we want to wipe Iran off the map.
Agreed.
But we hear Iran and its proxies say, we want to wipe Israel off the map. Because they believe that the Israelis illegally hold their land, which is not their land. That's what they believe.
They spread through proxies and in their own IRGC a web of basically terrorist armies throughout, or groups throughout the Middle East.
Right. So that kills right there the argument which we have heard on the stage here. Well, if Israel has the right to have the nuclear weapon, why shouldn't Iran? Because Iran is not Israel. And Iran is not the United States. And Iran is not China or Russia. All we presume would do everything in its power to avoid nuclear Armageddon. These are people whose religious belief is Armageddon.
It's my understanding
so why would you give them the tools of Armageddon?
I certainly would choose not to do so.
Right.
Okay. Now, it's my understanding actually that the previous Ayatollah, who's dead now, who's recently dead, actually had a fatwa against employing nuclear weapons. He wanted to destroy Israel for sure and wipe Israel, the little Satan, and America, the big Satan, off the map, but not through. He wasn't advocating to do so through nuclear weapons. That's my understanding. I could be wrong, but that the younger replacement may be more radical than the older one. And again, that's beyond my level of expertise. I'm just repeating what I heard reported. But the use as a deterrent. Iran has learned, or actually demonstrated that they have another deterrent to protect their sovereignty. And that deterrent is shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, which they can pretty much do inexpensively with the conventional weapons that they have, with mines, with drones, with missiles. They can shut that down when they please, when they want. Demonstrated that to the world, so that they can knock off, they can hold hostage out of power. I think they're oppressive. I'm not a fan of authoritarian theocracies, and actually they not just authoritarian, but people that say that everybody has to believe what they believe, and so I'd love to see this theocracy out of power, so that the Iranian people who don't want to live under this regime, who don't want the theocracy, can take their country back and get this, and I, from what I understand, this foreign implant out of power in their country. Once that's done, I think we will find that the successor can't be worse. It's got to be better. So that's the only way. And as far as this talk about nuclear dust, that's silly. You were using the term. I think they have 60% enriched uranium, which is different than plutonium. And I put some articles in the chat about the difference between atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs. And they're used in different ways. And like an atomic bomb is the first stage of setting off a hydrogen bomb, which is difference between fusion and fission. And you can take a look at the article, but uranium is not the same as plutonium. And I think what they have is enriched uranium. I think Trump doesn't understand what he's talking about, because neither of those things are nuclear dust. The closest thing I can think of this nuclear dust
is the yellow cake uranium, which is a early stage in refinement for making a more potent enriched uranium. But that's, the business about dust, I think, just reflects a lack of understanding.
Did I say plutonium when I should have said uranium?
You did.
Okay, I apologize. I didn't realize I did that. He is referring, when he says no dust, no deal, to the surrender or destruction of highly enriched uranium. And I misspoke, and I appreciate you correcting me on that.
I'm not faulting you. I mean, you're not.
I'm not saying you are. If I misspoke, I might be corrected. I don't want to be wrong. So you're correct that Ali Khamenei did issue a long-standing fatwa that declared that the production, stockpiling, and use of nuclear weapons is forbidden under Islamic law. But it is also true that Mujtaba, who is his son, is never reaffirmed this decree, and he's seen as a hardliner. In other words, stronger on the issue than his dead dad. But even that fatwa, if they issued a long-standing fatwa that declared the production, stockpiling, and use of nuclear weapons forbidden under law, why were they continuing the enrichment program? So, do as I say, but don't do as I do, I guess. I mean, so what if he had such a fatwa? It was just because he violated his own decree. This is proof, if we don't have enough proof, that this regime cannot be trusted.
Neither can North Korea, and I don't know that we're going to be in any position to actually go in there and get the highly enriched uranium, which is likely dispersed onto multiple sites throughout a very large country of 93 million people, without having boots on the ground, without having troops going in there to get it. You're just not going to be able to get it out in any other way that I can see. I mean, so I think they have other ways to get material in and out of the country other than by water, which is the most efficient way to do it by water and not by rail or by truck or by air. But they're not completely closed off, and I don't see, unless the Iranian people, unless we empower the Iranian people to take their country back, the majority of the Iranian people, from my understanding, I don't see how we're going to do it unless there is a willingness of the population and the commitment to put troops into Iran and to fight it out. And that is probably politically untenable in the United States, and may or may not be successful. But they're not just going to cough. They're just not going to cough up this nuclear material that they have, and they already said that they're not giving it to a third country. So, whether or not they go forward and make either an atomic bomb or a hydrogen bomb is a completely, it's a different order. Do they have the knowledge? Are they people that have the skills, the knowledge, the education, the technical expertise to make weapons? Yeah, they appear to be. They certainly are. I would be surprised if they weren't. So, I don't know how else they can be deterred from going forward if that's what they want to do.
Thank you, Wim. It looks like we're coming to close to a close here. Maybe other hands will come up, but in case they don't, I want to just address two things. One, if anybody here is here as a result of a link that they got off of Facebook to join us, could you go back to Facebook and send me a direct message telling me that? Because I'd like to know how many people came in via Facebook today. The second thing is with regard to the question that Agent, and I think Howard, maybe his nickname is apropos, Agent Malone had to say about Pakistan. I just want to address that question about Pakistan. Pakistan was the host country for Osama bin Laden after 9/11. And if there's any question in anybody's mind about whether the Pakistani government was aware that he was in exile in their country, one only needs to look at the mission that resulted in his demise by the Navy SEALs. The important part of that mission, vis-a-vis today's discussion, is the United States violated the sovereignty of a nation, Pakistan, to get public enemy number one in its hands. Because had they notified Pakistan and had they asked for a joint operation and had they been given the green light by the Pakistani government, they knew that he would have been tipped off. So that tells you everything you need to know about the government of Pakistan. And I, for one, am speaking strictly for myself, obviously, wish that the United States policy would be definitive right now in support of the government of India and in absolute opposition of the government of Pakistan. It's a terrorist regime as well. How they get involved in, just like how Doha gets involved in negotiations to help settle this conflict between the United States and Iran is frankly laughable. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I think history will prove once again that I am right. I really feel confident enough to arrogantly declare that right now.
You are absolutely right there. It amazed me. They want to argue with the mullahs and they go have a negotiation guy, which is the mullah in the suit. It proves to the world Pakistan after Ataturk, it's just another terrorist Islamic country. That's it. Nothing else, not more.
Thank you, Alan. David, followed by El Normo, our prodigal son. Dave?
Hey, Gary. Good to be back on the stage. I want to address the Pakistani comments. We kind of look at it from a high-level perspective. The United States did technically, they helped Pakistan with some technical training on the nukes, and they kind of turned a blind eye to them developing it because they were on our side against the Soviets. So this was a geopolitical Cold War play here. The United States didn't really care so much about it.
So this goes back to this goes back to the philosophy, David. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. No. The enemy of your enemy is aligned with you in that particular conflict, but he is not your friend. That is a big miscalculation.
Okay. Well, yeah. And many argue that Pakistan is basically a military country, not the other way around. So, and they've obviously been aligned with a lot of our policies. And India was more of a friend of the Soviet Union. That's why Modi continued to buy Russian oil even after the massive destruction they brought on Ukraine. They have that Cold War allyship that they still haven't let go of. So there's that. And we were assisting Pakistan in relation to that because we didn't know what side of the fence it was going to come on.
The friend of my enemy on his need for the oil, that does not necessarily make him my enemy. Why? Very one-dimensional in the way that the outlook. I don't know if it's coming from the CIA. I don't know whether it's coming from the DIA. I don't know whether it's coming from one of the other alphabet soups. But this is the way they look at these things, and history has shown that that's a miscalculate.
Well, of course, we miscalculate. It's not perfect. But take it back even further when we look at the demise of the Shah and what replaced him under the Carter administration. Carter was putting pressure on the Shah to liberalize their economy, liberalize the press. And what happened when the Shah released some of those strictures? The press came out and had all these anti-Shah campaigns leveled against him, and more or less got him ousted out of the country, setting the stage for the Ayatollah to come in. And again, once again, Gary, we had a difficult choice to make. Do we allow the Ayatollah to pivot into the Soviet orbit, or we choose the lesser of two evils, which was the Islamic orbit? And the Islamic orbit won out, and we saw that as a better deal for us, because once again,
except guess what? There is an alliance between the Islamic orbit and the former Soviet orbit anyways. So what was the choice there? Maybe the choice would have been the Jimmy Carter approach. Let the Iranian people decide democratically themselves who they want to lead them. If that had happened, then I would have no problem with whatever Iran is doing today.
Well, we did that. They did playbook in the 50s, and we ousted their guy. We remember Mossadegh, the Mossadegh campaign that was against the Shah, and the people wanted Mossadegh, and Mossadegh wanted to nationalize the oil. He didn't like the raw deal that the Iranian people were getting with the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, which was BP, British Petroleum. I think the Iranians are getting 25% for every dollar that was pulled out of the country. So
here we go again.
More money.
Here we go again. The enemy of my friend is my enemy. So we oust him to make room because the Brits wanted him gone. Am I right?
Not only that, Gary. We had an agenda afoot based upon several historical references that I've studied that we wanted to dismantle the French and the British Empire, and when we ousted Mossadegh, guess what? We made Iran more American than British. A little America was in the Middle East, and Alan can speak to this. That Iranians were really pivoting toward our way of life, and the Shah was bringing all of our influence. So we sort of dismantled the British with one fell swoop with that move there in Iran.
David is right.
Thank you, Al. Thank you. But I want to liken today with the Strait of Hormuz to a similar fiasco that brought the Great Britain
back all their heads together and told them to get their shit straight, basically.
Basically, yeah, exactly. I don't know if that was verbatim, Marshall, but yeah, it was.
No, it's not verbatim. I got into a book called Ice. I got a book called Ice Bluff, and it's about Eisenhower being the first nuclear power president. And they recite the Suez Crisis, and reciting the Suez Crisis, you wanted Eisenhower was not happy with either of the three powers you're doing it.
We're not able to flex our power to where we can take this middle power Iran, this IRGC regime, and bring him to heel. I mean, we're not able to bring him to heel, Gary. And I want to focus again on diplomacy, because I think at the end of the day, Gary, it may have not have served the long-term agenda of keeping Iran with nukes, but the Obama, Kerry, JCPOA alliance that we put together to rein in the Ayatollah and to provide some sunlight with the International Atomic Energy Agency and the inspectors and all of that went on was a far better deal than we have today. And don't take my word for it. Take the retired generals of the IDF who came on the record saying the JCPOA, the retired general, Lieutenant General Eisenstein, said that the JCPOA kicked the can down the road maybe 10, 15 years of keeping Iran from getting nuclear weapons. Another general, a guy named Golan, Major General Golan, he also said the same thing. He was concerned that by dismantling the JCPOA, we dismantled and we created mistrust with the Iranian regime. We sowed We showed mistrust with our allyship, creating alliances. Fast forward today with Trump and the bluster and everything else that dismantled the NATO alliance, and we don't have any friends now to help us out with this debacle that we're mired in. So these former heads of the idea of generalship are saying what a lot of the experts are saying, Gary. And again, I mean, yeah, could they have cheated on the deal? If everybody held the line, Gary, followed their what they signed up for, and as Ronald Reagan said, you trust but verify. I think the dismantling of the deal was a bad situation for everybody in the world. And now we're playing this game of it's not funny. I mean, people are laughing, but it's not funny. And now the whole world's held hostage, by this regime, and we've given them more power than they deserve. And and to Marshall's point, boots on the ground. I mean, his line of questioning is very interesting. Hey, do you look at your child and say, all right, son, you might have to join the military? I got an answer right now. He's looking to join the Marine Corps. 19 years old, and I told my sister, I said, Diana, I said, John better be ready, because if this thing goes to the mat, that's where he's going right now. So you have to look your family members in the eye and say, okay, am I willing to lose more children for this campaign here? And those are the questions, Gary, that every politician, every president who sat in office has had to make big pictures down into the military ops and see if you can join up. And I want you to put your name on the line and tell me who you are. But this is what we're doing with, Gary. And unless this is not funny. People think this is funny, but it's not funny. It's real life. I mean, at the end of the day,
I think Alan.
I'm sorry, I forgot. No, David, I didn't mean to laugh at you. It was
With Robin Williams, played Peter Pan.
You're the only person who saw that, Gary.
That would mean a lot of people saw it. When he was talking to his son Jack, he said, "My word is my bond." And so Jack's response to word is my bond, and Jack replies, "Yeah, junk bonds." So Dr. R made an agreement, much like the NATO agreement. So when you read the subsequent administrations adhere to that agreement, it's sort of like I've got a contractual obligation, and I sell my corporation to Norm. He assumes those liabilities. He can't just say, well, now I own Gary Incorporated, and I don't have to pay my employees, or I don't have to pay my suppliers. There's an agreement that transcends ownership, or in this case, administrations. So I would argue that even if you don't like the JCPOA, you got the agreement.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death.
will be my cause. Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mount the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosicrucian, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch and Clock, the Ancient Satanic Rites, the Rites of Israel, the Ancient Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedenborgian Path of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the crime. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gable kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the crime. To the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. A mark they didn't see, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time.
does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 17. The order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, professions, gaining their collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate house! Elevate house! 71. The order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. Certainty, the secrecy of the order provides its members with an eternal shroud of concealment. 70. The crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many in it, and to be protected and aided in every way by members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. Stone, a crystal which he alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, he symbolized the fourth dimensional universe into dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in geometrical proportion.
sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to the elements. There is also a black cross. Central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. Which figures the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called linearis. The 7th file is called linear. The left hand top corner being air of air. The right hand top corner, water of air. The left hand. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arched in a circle. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the 4th edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular devices. 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
4. waves travel on the beats of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of fire, the voice of the five, the voice of the 6. 11 of the voices, Abraham. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. Thou the head of the whole. The I invoke.
ritual give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the tether of the water. I invoke. And on the mountains of flashing white, whiter than the forehead. fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cryon. Profits the seat to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization of affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, our taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change. While you pass that, your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain full parking lot drink. Your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to live with the red ink screens. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills that are spent. The cash goes out when locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers like water. Transparency on the internet. Track Brandon Johnson is a tax. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. The whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our life. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out when locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers like my life. Transparency on it. Track Brandon Johnson is a tax. Hey, hey. We want receipts. Every cent, every check, every reading. Turn the lights to the ceiling, to the cracks, to the shadows, go fast, go fast. Johnson is a scam! Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. $3 billion to get the county doctors. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a coward.
Hey, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Taxation is that affordability is a scam.
Brandon Johnson is a scam. Hey, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the number the book's transparency. Robert spinning trigger. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is bad. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson
is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non. Profits the CTU, some mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Nations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Order of the Illuminati. The Order of the Temple. Knights Templar. The Order of the Knights of St. John. The Order of the Knights of Mount Templar. The Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre. The Hidden Church of the Holy Grail. The Hermetic Brotherhood of Light. The Holy Order of Rosecrans of Heaven. The Order of the Holy Royal Arching Clock. The Ancient Angelic Rites of Masonry. The Masonry Masonry. The Rites of Israel. The Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry. The Spirit Glory and Power of Masonry. The Order of the Martinists. The Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. A mark seam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold, but got clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gable kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. If I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the my object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I marked the hidden seal, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. I shall achieve in time. You are the borrowed face. You left no kind of grave, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break.
So let it come around. Let the game be so grand. I want the seals to sing on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object goes sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I wrong, but I have held on to the shadow. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object goes sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Attention and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the order offers great special advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 the order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate house! Elevate house! Everyone, the order of persuasion to its members, bringing together men with skill and character, taste, and aspiration. A proportion of human misery is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the
Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the lore of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Shockstone, a crystal which Dia alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, he symbolized the fourth dimensional universe into dimensions and fears or areas whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the four great watchtowers, which are attributed to the elements. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. Which figures the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The sixth file is called Linea Patris. The seventh file is called Linea Filii. The seventh line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into four lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner, water of air, the left-hand bottom corner, earth of air, the remaining corner, fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets.
starting at number one. The words below are arched in a circle. What do you want? I ate. Orville has her own hell, has a small parade. Next. Following letters are in the voids, within the voids of the pentagram. One to the point, heading on from top right line. CMSNC. Last. The inverted pentagonal void. The pentagram contains the following.
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below, not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign that each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Closed by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of a prophet,
White and gold, and mine the vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory.
by the voice of the Master, Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire,
The voice of the five,
the voice of the 6.
11 other voices, Abrahadabra. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. Thou the head of the hawk. Thee I invoke. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown child and conquering lord. Horus, Avenger. O thou of the head of the hawk. Thee I invoke.
And every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father.
3 billion to give to crying on. Profits the CGU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. Taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is. You sent our paychecks with a small table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You go to mountain full parking lot dreams, sign your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. Live with the red ink screens, every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tax. They're the ones who pay it back. All the bills that all the spend. Cash goes out for the transparency on track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You come for the people, let the door stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we told. You preach about affordable, then we're easy to the whole city and it's so cold, just to see you roll. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign, want a public spending tracker in real time. Not enough photo op on our time. We're done with the fiction, this is our life. Brandon Johnson is a tag. All of the spin, catch goes up like this. Open up the books right now. Slowly over my mind. Transparency on this. Brandon Johnson is a tag.
sorry, you want me to comment what you just said or the topic? What I think about that concept. I think some of it has validity and some of it doesn't. That's what I'm.
If I add, I think in some way, depending on who the Supreme Court is, it changes. So it's not staying.
And I would love to say something else for a minute or two, if that's okay, which hopefully is on point. If not, you can interrupt me and tell me to shut up. Is that okay? What I've heard some people, maybe Allie, and I'm no Allie defender, okay, because I'm not. But fine, I won't mention anybody's name except mine, no problem. When I have heard different people speaking about the United States Constitution as a concept, what I normally hear them say in addition to that is the reason they say concept is because if you don't have enforcement of the law, then because the law is never enforced, it remains a concept. But as long as you have proper enforcement, then it is a concept to the law. I just wanted to say that. Thanks for
The Constitution is the law, right? And even if it's the concept, the concept is the concept of the law. So being a concept, you can be a concept and a law at the same time, right? But usually when people just refer to something as a concept, they tend to imply something non-material, right? When you have fear and someone is saying it's the law, and you just come back and say it's the concept. Now, the Voting Rights Act was not the law in the Constitution. I wish it was, but it wasn't. Okay? But going back to the comment of the Supreme Court, like kind of like the Constitution with the Supreme Court, in theory, the Constitution says no, right? The Constitution is written for and their Constitution has rules on how the Constitution can be changed, and the Supreme Court doesn't have the power according to the Constitution.
I'm sorry, the Constitution can never be changed. It can be amended, and the purpose of the Supreme Court is to end.
That's what amendment means.
Well, I'm glad that's what you meant, but I didn't interrupt you. It sounded like you were done. Wow, there are 25, 30 people in the room, and everybody understood. No, wrong. And Shirley,
or purposefully twist words, right? Or even leave words, and then say, yes, this is the Constitution. Saying that that's right.
no, saying that at all. You're wrong again. You're 2 for 2. And I'm not going to mention that.
Goes and investigates the very important in the United States. It is, as far as I remember, right? So, very important, right? And it is set up.
We're inheriting the Roman Empire.
Well, the structure of the government.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Which is never
anybody disagrees with me, I'll be happy to look it up and I can get it. Okay, good. I'm glad you agree with me. Yes. Yep. Really, who decides what's wrong and what's right?
The Constitution. I mean, if the
No, Carlos, you're wrong.
wait, let me speak, Steve. If the Constitution says that the president can only run twice, and then the Supreme Court comes and says, you know what, presidents can run.
Presidents can only hold for 2 terms. It's an amendment to the Constitution. It's an amendment to the Constitution. Yeah.
That's still in the Constitution. Amendment of the Constitutions are in the Constitution.
All right. Okay, so now we're taking the position that amendment to the Constitution is the Constitution. Fine, no problem. No. In that case, the Constitution says presidents are limited to 2 terms. Fine. Not the original Constitution, no. There are amendments to the Constitution. Excuse me. You asked me a question. At least give me 30 seconds to answer. Okay? I've always made a distinguishing difference between the original Constitution and the amendments to the Constitution. But if you want to say they're the same thing, I'll be happy to go along with that. I'm fine. Are the amendments part of the Constitution? Well, based on what you're saying, yes. I say no. I say they're amendments. They're different. But they're not part of the Constitution. Okay, are amendments part of the original Constitution? Is that what you're asking me? Didn't say original. Well, I don't understand what we're getting hung up on this. What's the difference? Yeah, I don't know the difference, right? I think that all of amendments are fine. Right? That's what's the original. And that's why I said twice, you want to consider the amendments part of the original Constitution? Fine. Why is this a big deal? Why is this a big deal? What's legal and what's not legal and what's being done right and what's not being done right. We have to go off the fact that our Constitution. Fine, I agree. I agree. How much longer do you want to press it? I'm agreeing now. I said I'm agreeing now. Okay, fine. We'll go ahead and keep talking about it, even though I already agree. Or go ahead. I think it's understand this point of view right through the interpretation. That's the word that I said. That's my question. Right. Well, when we just read what the Supreme Court did the Second Amendment, right? The Second Amendment, right? As being right. Because there has been a lot of arguments about okay, there's right and they said it's right in so we look hard at it. And that's why we're doing all these regulations on the farm. But all we want is that those things are right. That's how we can determine the Second Amendment. Even though you could put a bunch of regulations on owning a gun. Every state has individual regulations to own a gun. What are you talking about? Yes. Am I not speaking the truth? Every state
I will do that too. Alright, great. You know, sometimes you sound like you know what you're talking about. And sometimes you make statements that are completely untrue. Say that. I thought you just said you were going to let me speak uninterrupted. Obviously, you're the one that can't control your.
I'm sure he knew what he was walking into. And to be honest, I'm not really sure of the Constitution.
Well, one of the points that I bring out was that clearly the Supreme Court could contradict the Constitution, right? The Constitution could be in plain English saying, hey, like I gave the example of the president, and then you go all the way of like, oh, it's an amendment, it's not the original Constitution. For this time, as Steve was saying, it's binding. Like right now, currently, with all its amendments to the Constitution are part of the Constitution, right? So the Supreme Court, it's supposed to be bound by it. It cannot rewrite the Constitution. So if something is written in plain English saying that the Constitution says this, and then the Supreme Court directly contradicts it, right? That is like, I guess, a constitutional crisis, right? Because the Supreme Court, and I guess it will take the Congress to step in, right, to like impeach the at will, like all they can say whatever the fuck they want out of the Constitution, and then it becomes law. That's stupid.
I mean, you're half right about that, right? The problem with what you're saying is the Constitution isn't written in plain English. It's written in highly technical English that does require interpretation. The prose is dense. The prose is technical. The prose is packed with terms. And those terms do require interpretation. And so this idea that you can just read it in plain English, I reread it, I don't know, a couple days ago. So this idea that you can read it in plain English is not entirely true. You actually do need some education to be able to interpret it effectively.
Wait, okay, can you pull up the First Amendment? The freedom of speech and religion and everything else. Are you telling me that that's not written in plain English and that you need to be educated in constitutional law to understand the means?
No, I didn't say you need to be educated in constitutional law. I didn't say that.
Okay.
Right.
So the Second Amendment is very clear, right? The 22nd.
I thought we were doing the First Amendment.
Well,
yeah, why don't you just
Congress shall make no law
for the class?
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. I mean, already the word establishment of religion, that's going to require unpacking. That's going to require unpacking. Establishment of religion requires unpacking the future. Right?
Hold on. I'm a person with no higher education. For me, it is very easy to understand what that is.
Unpacking, that's the term.
You mean unpack what it means?
Yes, like, specifically establishment of a religion. Unpack that.
Religion is basically like a lot of in this world, like Russia, for example, where they have one religion as a government religion, right? And that is the Russian Orthodoxy, the Christian Orthodoxy. So other religions don't have the same rights. Their religion that is established by the government, which is supreme to all the other religions. Does that make sense?
I mean, first of all, that doesn't actually unpack the term, right?
It doesn't, because it does say that, like, on most coins and in God we trust. So it is establishing religious aspects.
Right. So for most coins, it doesn't unpack the term of religion. Right. Second,
I want to just say that
I wasn't done yet. I wasn't done yet. First of all, it doesn't unpack the term establishment of religion. Secondly,
yes, it does.
you used a lot of words there.
I just wanted to say,
I wasn't done yet, Benjamin. I wasn't done yet. You can wait your turn, Benjamin.
Yeah, it can be your turn. I just want to point out, I think Katrina nailed this, because the founding fathers were clear.
What I was saying was that you used
They
the
wanted
word
this country to be different.
Impulse control.
They wanted this country to be different than the country they had already experienced. It's obviously what they meant.
So when we go from France, right, Benjamin, when we look at back in that time, France, England, religion was entangled with government. They went hand in hand. Religion made laws. And that was the
I think they're right.
You could not make a religion, one religion, on a government level that this particular government nation, right, this nation and the government of this nation is only practicing this religion, and this religion is
They were writing against their own experience.
It's not instinctive. He said that.
Well, sure. I think the issue is, what do we do going forward?
Why are we talking about impulse control when Benjamin interrupted me? Right? This is really sad that Benjamin interrupted me. Right? I don't give a fuck.
Well, then if you don't.
So why are we talking about impulse control when Benjamin has impulse control? Okay, so what I was that words to unpack that term, which demonstrates.
Okay, I am going to kick this person out of the room because there is no humility or just decency.
It takes for all chatbots and shit.
Yeah. I don't bring people down and kick them out of the room, like I said. So if anybody has a problem with that, that's okay. You can let me know, and I won't do that here. Just don't mind me.
What did T do? I don't understand. He was interrupted by Benjamin.
He's the mod.
Yeah, so what? He's Benjamin. What the fuck?
Well, I don't know the dynamic between you guys, but I think that our mod is.
Look at that, he's gone.
A conversation.
Yeah, Benjamin's not here no more. So what?
Okay.
Well, I think the conversation got a little bit derailed by T. I mean, it's true that there is nuances, right? Like, it's written in plain English, but that doesn't mean that there's no nuances in plain English, and there's ambiguity in language in general. So nobody's arguing that there is no need for a court to interpret the law. The point that I'm making is that there's clear statements in the Constitution that are transparent and don't have ambiguity. They're pretty clearly stated. For example, and I give the example, like the president cannot hold office more than twice, right? There's no ambiguity on that. Nobody can say that they can hold office 5 times or 3 times through interpreting and be correct. There's no nuance there to have a court. And if the court were to say that all of a sudden presidents can hold office more than once, they will be essentially against the Constitution. It will be constitutional crisis.
You'd be shocked at the ability of people to interpret that particular clause, Carlos.
Yeah, because they're already making an argument right now. A lot of lawyers, right? But go ahead. Well, I mean, a lot of Trump circle lawyers, right? They have a whole team right now who are already, in quotations, interpreting it, right? So basically, the way they are seeing it is that the president cannot be elected. Now, what is the word elected? Elected by the people. That means there has to be an election.
The Constitution says hold office. It doesn't elected. It says hold office.
Elected.
No, it says
the 22nd Amendment says elected.
Hold office. They cannot hold office.
I'm like completely being
No, you're right.
gaslit over here.
No,
I'll read it because Carlos is wrong. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice.
Yeah.
And no person who has held the office of the president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected shall be elected to the office of the president more than once.
That's by the vice president in the situation where the president is incapacitated, the vice president takes over. And if the vice president took over and he held the role of the president or whatever, there's a succession, whatever. And if that person held the office for longer than 2 years, that considers already as a term, as a full term. I don't know, it's pretty easy for me to understand this. Why are people saying that this is such a hard language?
It leads to the interesting trivia.
Well, because it furthers, it's a presupposition of their argument. And then they just keep going on down the argument when the premise is shit.
Okay, so my original thought-provoking question was, if the Supreme Court interprets the Constitution in the wrong way, right? For example, they pick the word elected and they say, well, the thing is that the president has to be elected. And if there's no elections because, let's just say, for example, we have a national emergency, we just got attacked and there's chaos in the country, right? We're major military defense operation, being bombed, right? Then in that situation, you cannot have elections. So technically, do you see how far this interpretation can go and be manipulated? So my question is, when that happens, right, and the Supreme Court says this is constitutional, there is nobody else to pretty much go against them, is there? Because they're the highest court and they are in charge of interpreting the Constitution and making sure the Constitution is followed.
No, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I'm not saying, my argument is not that it cannot happen. My point is that it's against the rules, right? I mean, that in theory, the Constitution could not be written by the Supreme Court. That's my point. The Constitution says what is the process to be amended, and it's part of that process. Like, let me give you another example. Like the Supreme.
Hold on, nobody was disagreeing with that, and nobody was arguing or debating you on that fact, right?
Well,
I was talking about
Stephen T. Were certainly not agreeing with me, right? But like, you seem to,
right?
Well, when you say nobody, they were here, right? When you say nobody, right? It's and again, when you're talking about someone who refused to talk about like saying the Constitution was legal, was the law, right? It's essentially the same thing as it's been happening to me when it's like until now you're saying like, okay, nobody disagrees with you right now on that point. That's fine.
Not bring up their points. Everybody else here kind of agrees and understands that there's a structure of how to change Constitution.
There's two structures. I was trying to ping Ali in the room. I don't know how to do it. I think he's, I don't know how he is, but I feel like you guys got off on the wrong foot. He's a pretty stand-up guy. I personal. Yeah, I'm quite a lot to say about this subject, but
Elliot, I appreciate you, and I can see that you have a lot of affinity for this group. Nothing against that, right? I would
does anybody else
like to
app
make
like
my
messing
own
up right now? For some reason the audio just cuts out and it's just I could be. Are you on Androids?
I think somebody that has a personal bias against
Katrina, I think you've had quite a day. A lot of conversation with a lot of different people. Most of them seem half crazy to me and hand over.
Well, like I said earlier, I like once in a while
Wait.
to practice.
Do you have children?
Yes, I did.
I think a 6-year-old would be excellent practice for most characters.
Well, I have a 9-year-old son, so honestly,
Okay,
a lot of
been
times
through this now.
that's what I have to do. I just turn on my mom pads. Honestly,
That was hilarious. You were like, okay, have a tantrum. Are you done with your tantrum? You sound like you were talking to your kid.
I mean, that is the purest.
Because you were talking to your kid. It was just somebody else.
Yeah. I have to.
Well, you're talking to a kid, not your kid.
Well, I don't say it. I don't know. I think kids are very intelligent. But I just have to meet the people on their needs. That he definitely had a need to scream and let it out. So you know what? Just like a little kid who's just have all these emotions and they don't know how to deal with them, right? Because they haven't developed that part, right? You just have to help them out a little bit. Let it out.
I have the theory that Steve is drunk a lot of the time. Sometimes when you have conversations with him, he's more measured and it's possible to have a better conversation. Sometimes it's impossible. He interrupts all the time. It's like people start talking and yeah. It's like, I think he's drunk, like literally drunk.
Steve, he definitely. Wait. Can you guys hear me first of all?
Yes.
Thanks. Fine. Oh my gosh. The app is like it's going bonkers right now. I have to leave and come back. You guys are like cutting out mid-sentence for me, and I have to leave and come back. Steve is like he interrupts a lot, and I do find that like really annoying. But he's also pretty harmless, and I think he's well intentioned most of the time. So stuff.
I don't think he's so harmless. I think that he's misogynistic towards the women.
My level of not having a higher education shows quite a lot.
Yeah, you can't even read the Constitution. It's all
Stay-at-home mom who doesn't have any education. Explain to me.
So how do you feel?
What you're saying.
You put in a lot of work. You're exhausted.
I love doing that.
You're probably a little tired than you needed to be in practice. All right.
Let's enjoy this.
Nobody's going to tell that he's hot by the game.
Sorry. Talking to my young man who played 3 times today. He practiced.
Anybody still at it?
Oh yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, he practiced before he practiced. And I'm like, you gotta be feeling pretty good about yourself, but you also gotta be exhausted. Because it's 9:25. There's not really gospel.
Yeah, I think actually, for a second, I thought you were talking about all of us pro kids. That also applies here. I think you opened this room at I got here like 9 a.m. Pacific, and it's been kind of hanging out all day. And it's actually been I think it's been a pretty good group today. And there were a lot of like really drained, energy intensive kind of conversations, but there are also some really
That is true.
But I think everybody generally handled themselves relatively pretty well.
How did you guys survive Brian?
What do you mean
Briar's dope.
I think Briar's a lot to take in.
Oh, you mean that there is a lot of content, a lot of information to process in a really short amount of time? I can agree with you on that. That is a very high level, very detailed, yes. Benjamin, you need to practice your skills of, what is it? Oh my God, why am I blanking?
Probably because so many things that follow in that sentence.
No.
I have so many skills. Is it like piloting skills, like guitar skills?
Practicing your absorbing information skills, and that the information that comes at you very rapid, and very, what could I say? Not simple, very loaded.
I do think that Ryan is a discount. I think that's right. But I think that a lot of his claims are unsupported. It's just a naked discount.
The thing he was talking about, one of the things he was talking about, that's the view of Noam Chomsky. I don't know if it's
Noam Chomsky, one of Epstein's. Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah. That's right, but he's also the most
number 4
academic on this.
Number 10. Yeah, Epstein.
I think the question is, who wasn't Epstein's friend? I think it would have been a lot shorter.
Barack Obama wasn't.
Yeah, I'm saying that list would be a lot shorter.
Academics, right? And so he was friends with a lot of people in academy, but it's not clear that they were also pedophiling. But, that's why you would like to have an investigation to find out exactly who was doing what, but we're fucked.
You can go to jmail.world right now and look up the emails between him and Chomsky. I didn't say it was gay. I have saved, well, I don't know that I saved all the trouble. I haven't read all of them. I've read quite a few of them. There are I think there's a few thousand, email correspondence between them. Most of them are just stupid little, hello, how are you? Really short messages. But some of them are really, I was so fucking disappointed to see this guy in the Epstein files. I'm still disappointed to this day. I have mixed feelings. It's kind of like a Michael Jackson situation. You know what I mean? I don't know what you guys think about that. Oh, we know what you mean. Let's not go there. It's a long time ago. Is it long?
Is it wrong to like a pedophile music? Music written by a pedophile?
Oh, the thing that bugged me the most about what I read, I didn't read all of them, but was that he was, even after Epstein was convicted in 2008 of solicitation of an underage minor, prostitution, and another conviction in 2008, Epstein still maintained contact with him for many years afterward. That is extremely fucking disappointing. And a few more things that I've heard other people say about this that I haven't personally read, but I think they're probably right about that.
Elliot, do you have Android phone?
Yeah, I got the S25 Ultra. I'm surprised you're not more onto the Chomsky thing, because he seems like the prime pickings, if you know what I mean, from your
from my perspective, I'm not anti-academic, by the way. I gotta be careful with that. I'm writing a department proposal, a new department proposal to see Boulder.
It's funny. Earlier we talked about the phones many hours ago, and maybe Pro's right that it is the moral, ethical choice to have an Android.
I just wanted to point out, Elliot, that you and I have ordered Android, and we all have that same problem. And what I figured out, every time your phone does a angle redraw, Like if you rotate the phone and it redraws the screen. And then
That's why I don't have the problem to turn that one off.
oh, you turned off. Yeah, turn off rotate on your phone.
Yeah, I don't really
No,
have that
I'll
problem.
rotate it on your phone. That'll be fun.
I've got the screen lock on, so my screen never rotates. But when it happens for me, it seems consistent with me. Like, okay, if I press like the back button to drop down this the Clubhouse chat room, then I open up like the. I don't have Taro's sense about things. I lack a lot of the insight that people like Taro have. But I think that if you guys were to have like a longer conversation with Ali, I think you'd probably agree. At least I hope that he's not like one of these crackpot conspiracy theorist type of people. He's like actually kind of the opposite.
Ali is sensible. That's another way of saying Ali agrees with me.
I've heard Ali make plenty of bad takes, but I think he's probably a relatively moderate kind of person. But he's as nice and well mannered as he is. He says some shit that I go, But what exactly did he say today? I'm sure I'm beating it down, but listen to it and I was like, oh, okay, I get what people are talking about. But listen to it and I was like, oh, okay, I get what people are talking about. But whatever his experience is, he is from the 10 or 20 times I've heard him speak. He hardly seems like, compared to the people who are just in this room today, is anywhere near the problem that some of the people were in here. I didn't get to hear some of the characters whose names I haven't really heard before, but I forget. You guys said some entertaining names. I was like,
the HO guy was in here earlier.
Yeah, that guy was new. Yeah, he came in the very early morning, and he strikes me as a guy who was on his best behavior to not be as problematic as he probably. He strikes me as a guy who was on his best behavior to not be as problematic as he probably otherwise normally is. I can't remember who it was, and he just went. And that's when I was on the court in the morning. Coco. Yeah. And she's just like, oh, I'm into face care, blah blah blah, and all that stuff. So, we were just like engaging in that conversation a little bit. He wouldn't let that stuff go. So, and I started listening to the guy's viewpoints, and I was like, oh, okay, he's a little touched, but the whole app is a bunch of touch people, And I do some of what I heard Taro doing. Like I was playing basketball, but I was trying to get the gist of it. But it was like the criticism of how people do or don't mod. And it's like I sometimes will get up on my little horse and say the same shit. He's like, but at the end of the day, no one's fucking paid to be here. People can do what the fuck they want. It's a public app, and you can't get mad if people aren't paying attention that much, right? It's not like some evil, sinister bot all the time. If people who are modded aren't doing what they need to be doing, people got fucking lives. Like I listened to about 45% of what went on today, which is about my usual percentage. That's just what I fucking do. I'm not playing police people, but if I'm in the room and some people are saying some bullshit, I'm gonna tell them they're saying some bullshit. I am the least afraid to tell some fucking bullshit person that they're saying bullshit. Probably in the whole fucking app. I think people are pussies on this app and don't tell people enough when they're speaking bullshit. So I kind of agree with that, but at the same point, you can't police everybody. People are fucking busy. I don't give two flying shits about what's happening 25% of the time in Clubhouse because I'm barely paying attention. And we got to drop the idea that this is fucking important to people. It is not really that important to me. I am literally in there just taking up time and letting people talk in the background. If I have time and I can engage meaningfully, I will. But I come in my room and be under no false pretenses that I really give a shit, because I don't. I only give a shit when I can give a shit, because my life is, fucking, just like everybody else, there's a lot of shit going on. And so, it's like, this is just a fucking app. And people are going to say bullshit, and you can either leave or stay, or come up and tell them to their face that they're being a fuck twat. That's about the options you have. But you can't tell people, like, I need you to moderate harder, if we're not paying them. You know what I'm saying? It's like, people don't need to do shit. You can hope they do shit. And I've said the same stuff. Hey man, you hear some people talking some bullshit. Don't be afraid to throw them in the crowd. What I don't like is when people kick people out of the room. That's just me personally. But, you know, people have kicked people out of the room when I've been in here. Benjamin's done it. Sam's done it. All kinds of people. I don't usually kick people out of the room. But that's just me. You do your own room and kick people out the room all day. And see how many people stay in the room. You know, maybe you'll have 50, maybe you'll have 5. Who knows? But the shit's like hard to have a room going all day when you got a life. You know what I'm saying? So there it is. But it's a long ass meta conversation about this shit that's been going on for like 3 hours, talking about the 3 hours of conversation. I can't really believe we're still talking about this shit.
My favorite part was right in the beginning when I first encountered for the first time, the Rational Boomer on the Rational Boomer podcast. That was fucking great. And then I always love it when Sam goes on a rampage. I think he got into it with that guy prior time about whatever that law was that got repealed in 2012. He went in on that guy.
Did we start bombing Iran again today? Or was it yesterday? Depends what time zone you're in.
Shit, did I just like talk over everybody again?
No, we can't hear you.
App is like 6 times in the past 20 minutes.
You know what they say, if you're a petulant child and you don't get your way, well, fucking bomb the shit out of them, right? That's good old American way, right? I'm gonna have a peace deal, it's gonna be huge, better than the old one. Oh, sorry. It imploded. Let me fucking bomb them.
It's like, move, bitch. Move, bitch. Move, Ahmadinejad. Get out the way. We're coming through. We're gonna take your nukes.
You know, I think from 9 to 1 or 12 or something like that. That whole section of today's room was I think that was a lot of on a real note, a lot of really important information that people need to hear. They need to hear people saying these things and hear them talking about it, because it's I don't know if it's just Clubhouse or whatever, but it's kind of just a topic that goes unspoken. You know, it's like people kind of talking about the thing, the elephant in the room, but I think people need to hear it anyway.
Wait, which elephant was it at that time again? Exactly.
Oh, how do I describe this? The entire sort of, I don't know, thematic themes since from, I don't know, 2000 to 2026, the whole picture, including what's going on.
Extreme video?
I mean, the politics and shit like.
Oh, okay. I just remember Netflix starting around 2000. You know, it's not my time. I just don't exactly remember what we were saying at that stretch of time, but that's all I meant. I couldn't remember exactly what the main topic was.
I don't know that there was a main topic. It was the section where you were playing multiple clips, or not, and David played a clip too. That whole show.
Okay. Yeah, David was playing the clip from the guy in the video that I had up top too. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of a continuation of what Marshall was talking about last night with the John conversation. Really, that's actually why I named the room what I did, and it was sort of a continue. And I sent on that clip, and I really posted it, hoping John would come in because I sent it to him to his one of his other social medias, and I was like, "This guy's exactly what I think you were saying." And sure enough, that is kind of what he was saying. John says it's slightly stronger than I do. He said just a little stronger than I do. I give a little more grace, for better or for worse, that there's a few more boxes people might fall into. But if you're in a room and you're pissed off and you're talking pissed off, you're not going to say it all perfectly, right? And so I think Marshall's holding him to a really high standard of, like, I expect him to say these things. It's like, no, people are fucking pissed off. And you're an enigma, and people are going to be pissed off at what you represent. And John is particularly pissed off about you and has voiced the frustration. So the idea that you're going to get upset when John's upset, it's just like a cycle of, you got to under in our lifetimes. Almost all of us, right? It's like, this is a complete shit show. And if you're still not saying it's a shit show, then you're a shit show. That's the bottom line. Say that as cool as you want, or do as many disclaimers. Fuck the disclaimer. You're a shit show if you still support Trump. Whatever your excuse is, you've seen all the reasons why you should not be doing that. And if you can't see them, and this is what Sam said earlier, it's like you're a piece of shit, right? Which is exactly what fucking Hillary Clinton was saying years ago, with only less information, because all she had was grab him in the pussy, and the guy fucking was starting, like, child beauty pageants to look at, grope women, whatever it is he's doing. Got, like, sexual allegation cases up the ass, never pays his workers, is a complete ass fuck, comes down the stairs, berating people not from the country who are brown skin as his paid plan of propaganda. Speaking very much to the book that I was reading from today, right? Which talks about that when he came down the stairs as well. It's a well-known fact that he paid to do that as a PR stunt with paid people in the crowd. And they're not sending us our best. Like, oh, you didn't know then Trump voters were pieces of shit? Like, you just needed this term? You're fucking asleep at the wheel then. And people, with the, Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah, how does that look now? You're fucking deranged. You know what I'm saying? Bottom line. Or, you can, and this is me saying it nicer, right? Because now, if you're still voting for him, I give people a little grace if they couldn't figure it out in 2016 or 12, whatever, and they had, like, a desperate reason, right? Or they thought they had a desperate reason. But, again, like the name of the room previously was, it's not that all fucking people in the GOP are racist. It's just that if you're a racist, that's the only party that you would reasonably to go to that would welcome you with open arms, right? It's not that there aren't racists in the Democratic Party, a lot of Democrats that suck. We all know that. But when that becomes the narrative, i.e., Fox is the same as MSNBC bullshit, they're not the fucking same, right? They're both fucking ridiculous. They're both corporate capital interests. They both exacerbate the truth. They both don't give a shit, right? But one doesn't give a shit a whole lot more, right? That's just all I'm saying, right? You can do this argument all day long with whoever you want. When people try to do the false equivalency, someone needs to call bullshit. And if you're somebody who's still voting for him at this point, there's no excuse. All the excuses are used up. That's all people are saying. And get ready for civil war if you think there's a middle ground. If you think nothing's going to happen and he's going to leave off, get ready for civil war. Get your fucking ammunitions ready, like the crazy duck hunters were trying to do back in 2012 and all that shit. Like, now's the fucking time. Be ready for fucking Armageddon. Because there's no scenario that you can possibly name that you have strong confidence in, that know what we're doing, because we're so busy putting out fires everywhere else, because that's part of the doctrine. Anyways, I'll get on. Duck hunters is pretty good. The MSNBC information quality brings me back to my hot take, which I got to because, I did a hot take, which is maybe search could actually actually improving the quality of information that people are relying on. That's because Florida Man, doing his AI first search, Florida Man is a character on here who I have heard very seriously and strenuously argue for the existence of the Illuminati, secretly controlling the world. And, like, that's the type of person
Hello?
has omitted a variety of trustworthy sources from his information diet that are now getting stuck back in through whatever sources the AI is pulling from. Sometimes it will be, and I don't know how to aggregate that to the total information. I'm not going to be on the AI, but
since I got back in, so I was just listening.
Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord, avenger of the heaven. At every plea I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis. Thou begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She abhorred in her womb, flying from the terror of the water.
People really don't feel like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just.
You made your choice. You made your choice. You picked Trump.
For what?
A Trump supporter.
I'm not a Trump supporter.
I'm reading your little voting thing on your page here, and when asked if Trump's getting it done, you were like, "Yeah, of course."
No, I must have been an accident. I must have too quick. I'm not.
Is the U.S. President Donald Trump good for America? You wrote, "Hell yeah."
We can say, I meant to say hell no. That's funny as fuck.
Oh, okay. He can handle the ball, so he doesn't want to be a center, but right now he's either 4 or 5. Yeah. So he sometimes brings the ball up. He's on they're like traveling AAU team, so second tallest, yeah. He's a brand new 13, so this is the 13 and under, so he's one of your younger ones on the team. Most.
I put him on mute. I don't know if he was.
I'm weak as hell.
I might be on accident.
That's funny as hell. That's shout out to him, whoever playing basketball. I guess what I was just gonna say is like I feel like when you talk about Trump nowadays, people say you got Trump derangement syndrome. If you say anything, which I think is wow, because you can't really criticize him, which it is what it is. But like me personally, I just think the personality traits, bro. Like I don't understand how you can sit back and listen to him. Like you think he's for you. So I don't know. The fraud shit is fraud. He's getting away with it. From Trump University to fucking Trump States to the fact that you can't even talk about his shit no more with the IRS. The shit is it just stinks. But I already know it is what it is. I don't think there's much anybody can do anything to change it. So that's my.
I think there is. This is like where I don't share. I kind of oppose, like opposite of. Well, I don't even know if that's true. I just think that there is like a subset of MAGA voters, or at least former MAGA voters, that's if you're looking at the job approval ratings from Trump, and you're looking specifically at Republicans and MAGA voters, generally they're not happy with how he's handling things. And Well, at the same time, there's a set of these people that we are never going to reach. And these people have been here all along throughout American history. This is nothing new. They've been here the entire time, and we've just dealt with them. There is a set of MAGA voters that they're not like, they're not these insane assholes. They were genuinely sort of conned by the con man. These people, I think we can in what we say, and I think that like for instance, like when Pro was on a soapbox earlier, like those words can reach those people. That's why that's important for people like Pro and for whoever else wants to say it. And so I think these people, this set of MAGA voters that I'm talking about, they're like independents, they're traditional moderate Republicans, and they took a chance on Trump. I can see why they would do that, but I think these people, I think they're capable of understanding that they made a mistake and that they know what they chose wrong, and that they're able to turn away from that and not do that, and take a new path forward, I guess. Like these people, we can reach them. They are salvageable. They're not. We shouldn't throw them in the trash. So that's what I'm trying to say. I can say a lot more about it.
I definitely agree with you. And the interesting thing that I see is two things. Just hearing you talk, it made me think of a word. That word is called rhino, which I didn't create. It's a word I've learned recently, which I find very interesting. Where it's like some people feel like you're not Republican enough. Which I'm like, damn. I actually like regular Republicans. I don't think there's anything wrong with a regular Republican. That shit is just crazy.
You know it's the acronym, right? You know what it stands for?
It was a Republican in name only or some shit like that.
That's it. Yeah, it's pretty clever.
Yeah. But in my opinion, I feel like, again, like I grew up through the Bush. I grew up Obama, all of that. Back in the day, people treated Bush like he was a boogeyman. And fast forward to now, I don't feel like he was a boogeyman at all. I never sat back and felt like Bush was a narcissist and he only cared about himself. Not to say he's not perfect, but like I think that's the crazy part. Like when I hear people call somebody a rhino, you talk about somebody who was the country before they partied at least a little bit.
Yeah, he was just like a dumb frat boy. That's kind of like he. And he's not that dumb, like you said to your point. In retrospect, it's like he's not as stupid as I thought. There was a whole different level he could get to.
He didn't lower the dignity of the office.
No, he didn't.
You know
well, maybe a little bit at the time. Maybe a little bit at the time. But in retrospect, no.
Yeah, we out here praising Bush.
I can hold two shitty people in my mind at the same time.
And it's funny how shitty people I do think there are some people that can be saved, and not really saved, but like I don't know. You got a motherfucker that's willing to fake his own assassination attempt to sway people's thoughts. Then you got the spread of information on the internet. I just feel like we live in very unprecedented times, and I just don't know what's going to happen. So.
How many people were part of JFK's assassination? Hot take. Yeah, I remember the hot take. JFK assassination right there. Right there. Hey man, would I be surprised? No. Am I saying declaratively that he faked it? Nah, I'm not on the grassy knoll side on this one either, but I would not be surprised. I just can't lead with that, I just don't want to sound hypocritical to who I am whenever I hear that stuff come from the other side for, we didn't land on the moon and all that kind of stuff.
That's exactly what I was going to ask next.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just all fishy. If somebody did an assassination attempt for her, we should still be seeing it on the news. You don't even talk about it. But the fraud stuff,
that is weird. That you have a point, right? Like that is weird. But to the weirdness, we don't talk about anything of the monumental stuff that happens on a daily basis because there's so much. You have to just keep up with the current events with this guy. It's just increasingly atrocious.
It's good though. It's good. It works for him, It's like you do so much bad stuff that people really just can't keep up to the point it's like you didn't do anything at all. People just get desensitized. So.
I mean, we did talk about 4 public shootings last week alone.
Big Vegas.
Yeah, to me, that's the takeaway. It's all of the stuff that's going on. Like, for example,
Did you guys know that Kitover Garcia just had his criminal case dismissed? Like, no one talks about Kitover Garcia anymore, right? And so, and there's still people who were deported to El Salvador and then subsequently transferred to Venezuela, who are still in Venezuela, who are still asking the government to come back to the United States. We don't talk about that as much. And to be honest, like, I think there's way more to say about something like that than there is about some guy who tried to assassinate the president, particularly until more information comes out about who they are and their motives. Like, we just report that and move on.
I saw that story, but I looked at the legal press. It's not. I don't know. Is it being covered on any TV news?
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe in passing, but yeah, I gotta get it off some of the legal press. I mean, the administration is building an entire parallel federal prison system. The immigration detention is literally the same size as the existing federal prison system. I'm talking about
because it gives money to their own donors.
My sometimes has become the financial grift, so that way it'll set up the next generation of political manipulation through finance. That's how I see it.
We have not even begun to experience the fallout.
Or that 27% of our national debt is done under Trump. 27% of the nation's debt under Trump? Holy.
So I got a question about this debt, because I hear people talk about the rising debt.
Just sold for $100,000 less than it was posted for last year. Now, granted, it was they sold it quick. They did like an estate sale, but you don't drop a $800,000 house down to $700,000 unless the economy's done some shifting up. You know, they sold it as is, but it was in really good shape, and like the whole neighborhood's like, what? That's what that thing went to? You know what I'm saying? And as far as the Garcia thing, speaking of which, out here it's a big story. But like most big stories, it was a big because it was he's from Maryland, but it was a story for like a decade. It's like people were talking about like, hey, I wonder what's gonna happen. And it's like, yeah, it's swept under the rug now. It's like, okay, just another thing we won't talk about. Because that's like getting into the weeds, compared to most Trump stuff. That's so frustrating.
Yeah, well, to complete the weeds is he'll probably self-deport to Rico. Unfortunately.
That's what I kind of like about the chatter space occasionally. Like they religiously go through the news. So one piece of news that I still find fascinating: Minnesota has now charged 2 ICE officers, and one of them walked themselves in and turned themselves in. So far 2 have been charged, and we're not talking either one of them that murdered. Right. I mean, I was doing reading time with Pro earlier, where I was reading off this propaganda book and stuff, and part of it, I was obviously talking about the standard kind of, concentration of wealth and who billionaires are helping serve and all this kind of stuff, and if they're good and if they're bad. My stance: billionaires bad, billionaires not good, just for the record. But to that point, I'm sitting here watching the NBA Finals, and you guys may have seen the story, but the New York Knicks tickets for front row floor seats before they even made it to the finals were selling for a couple seats. It was $275,000, right? And the most expensive floor seat that you could get, I mean, a normal floor seat, like meaning like a first class, best in the building kind of floor seat, is $5,000 to $7,000. And there's some that come with, like, they have this like luxury celebrities package where it comes with a bunch of amenities, and I guess they get as high as like $30K, but still $30K times 2, that we're talking $60 grand. As opposed to $275,000. So times are great for some people, and the people that can afford that are like hedge fund managers, PC people, venture capitalists, or maybe some of these fancy CEOs, whatever. But times it's wonderful if you got it like that. If you're on the other side of the desk where the interest rates are coming your way, this is a great time to be alive. But if you're on the I need a loan side, it's not so good. So it's like, it's just concentration of wealth kind of stuff, right? That's what this whole administration is about. Retaining the concentrated wealth for the oligopoly. I mean, every industry, right?
the dude breathes and the stock prices go up and down and no one even has time to like care, you know? It's like, it's so corrupt, it's ridiculous. And we just like, oh, it's just another day of Trumpism.
He do be fucking that S&P 500 up. If dipping, he buy them dips and that bitch always bounce right back.
They're expert fucking bootlickers.
How does he convince the people who are not rich that don't benefit from a lot of this stuff?
That's where all the isms come in. Racism and sexism are the two primary ways. I think those are the number one to, like, you know, it's been the Fox News business plan since they started, like, scare the old white people into believing it's fear of Black Planet. I think that's kind of been the game plan.
And the woman, do you know that now, number one, I watched, oh my god, there's like a extreme right-wing nationalist, similar to like Reuters, but like also very radical. They were talking about how the number one enemy in the United States is not even the Mexicans, the blacks, the Muslims. Guess who it is?
White males.
White liberal women.
What?
Yeah, have you guys? I think it's Richard Spencer. Have you heard an interview with him?
Yeah, it's a common argument.
It is crazy.
I could be wrong. My knowledge of far right influencers is sparse at best.
I mean, who votes for Trump the most? Like,
right.
Yeah.
But he was asked if he's a virgin in an interview, and he was like, and he basically like lost. He basically had a crash out, like a clubhouse style crash out, and was like, of course, like, I'm a virgin, like, women are terrible, like, women, and this whole, like, threat thing that Katrina's talking about, and it was just wild. I was like, how does anyone follow this guy? It might have been Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, it was him. He admitted that he was a virgin.
An incel?
Yeah.
I mean, effectively, yeah. It's crazy, dude. I was like, how does anyone find this guy? Like, I don't know.
What drives me insane, right, is how willfully ignorant people are when they talk about the extreme left, and yes, I will agree, there are some extreme left, right? There really are. Some of their ideas are just way out there. I find myself more middle. I've been independent my entire life. But there's extremes on both sides. We can agree. 100%. But again, the nuance matters. How much is the extreme, the percentage of the extremes on one party compared to the others?
That you wanna watch them, that you wanna collect data on them, that you wanna treat them like terrorists, so that's all the extreme left is. It's just enough so that way you can collect data on them and observe them.
But
so it's not even extreme, it's just redefine what extreme is, so that way it is a tool.
But here's the thing, I'm in Texas, right? And Texas has seen, I think 10x, but it has seen a huge surge of white nationalist, neo-Nazi, radical groups, extremism, right? And for some reason, people just love to ignore that. When I say that right in Boston, I live in suburbs, I literally had a Nazi fucking rally protest. And they were standing with the AR-15s, not kidding, I still have a picture of it. It was on the news. Military, with covering their faces in masks, flying SS and swastika flags. The cops came to protect them. Like, please tell me how you're not concerned about this radical group, and specifically hate crime in Texas has skyrocketed. But yeah, we're gonna talk about some radical college kid or whatever who loves communism. Are you serious? Oh my god, I don't know. Like people will refuse to acknowledge the level of far right hate and radicals in this country and how much. And some people flat out tell me, no, you're lying. Like, you're just making shit up. This doesn't happen.
I mean, the Trump administration is suing I forget the name of the legal group that tries to fight Nazis in law. So the Trump administration is actually attacking the Southern Poverty something law center.
Wait, he's suing them for what?
It's trying to dismantleism so that way they can create more Nazism. Like, they're pro-Nazis, essentially, by trying to dismantle anyone that is against Nazism. Case in point, anti-fascism is a terrorist group now.
Yeah, I know. Say that to the Germans.
Say that to a World War II.
Unfortunately, there isn't that many of them left.
They fake patriots. They are fake patriots.
I will be honest, this is such a, this gives me so much flashbacks, and it's such a parallel to Russia. Such a parallel to Russia, and I've got very reasonable people who are not even like Trump supporters or even Republicans. And I don't know if they just don't want to face the reality, but arguing the fact that the United States is like not Russia 2005, I would say. Like the freedom of press, freedom of religion. I mean, fuck, we have 10 commandments posted in every single classroom now in Texas. And next year, our curriculum is getting all rewritten. And teachers are going to be forced to teach the Christian Bible. Yes, you heard me right. So,
in one of the states, there was a law to try and do an intervention for women that are having a miscarriage and are going through basically a near-death experience or probably will die, and it got blocked to make sure that even if it was it must be a natural, necessarily. Natural being natural in food.
I was one of these like anti-states, and they actually either they passed it or they were voting on it, but they have their votes. That they are creating a statewide registry for every single woman that is pregnant. And as soon as she goes to her gynecologist, the gynecologist needs to enter her information. And they're going to keep track. And if a woman has a miscarriage or whatever, they're going to investigate every single case. And they're having a statewide database that is mandatory. What is that TV show? Oh my god, Handmaid's Tale. It's literally like passage, like literally going off the fucking book.
So the Southern Poverty Law Center allegations are that the organization defrauded donors because they took funds that they claimed were going to be used to fight organizations like the KKK. They turned around and paid members of the KKK. Now, obviously, those members were informants to the Southern Poverty Law Center. So you can imagine all the ways in which it makes no sense. But maybe they used the fucking LLM to go after the. Well, yeah. I mean, what's interesting is, like, Trump for his whole life has used frivolous lawsuits to advance create leverage and advance his personal goals, right? And so he's taking the same step as the government. It's like, okay, create a headline, thinking that this has some kind of legitimacy.
Yes, it's very good.
If it ain't broken, don't fix it yet. I mean, yeah, it got him a 1 point. Which, by the way, I still am not confident that there will ever be any way to press for that one. But at least people think he got it.
You don't think that he's just gonna have the Treasury Department transfer that money? Really? Isn't it from his lawsuit? It's from the lawsuit.
Kind of what I mean is like there was money, so it's like okay. The money isn't necessarily the issue. It's the money is it's the smoke. The money is the smoke, while he then doesn't have to pay what $100 million in back taxes for illegally frauding the government. So it's the underwriting of that says, oh, now that he can't be investigated. That's his win. He won just doing that alone. He didn't have to get the money. So if people are arguing about the money, they're not.
Office gets in.
Yeah, so I was just going to address that. So, like that is even more dubious to me than whether money will be dispersed from the fund. Like, I'm dubious that money will be dispersed from the fund, and I'm even more dubious that the future is going to be beholden to this post hoc paragraph that they had the day after the settlement was first published. So again, they had a bulletproof argument because he was after the legal jurisdiction of it. So like they had a bulletproof argument that they chose to give up on. This is by choice because he's a personal lawyer. He had only 2 years to actually claim on this type of issue, and he knew about it for 2 years. So this is already an easy win for the government, but the government created it. It's his personal attorney. That's why.
I'm sorry to go off topic.
Point on both of them. Can I just do my point on both of them is like they create this perception because it has a patina of legal process, legal documentation, that there's something concrete there. And sometimes you like throw enough shit out of the wall and some of it sticks, right? So some things that are flamboyant and egregious accrue to his benefit, but some of them don't. Right? Some of it slides off. And that's kind of my point is like this is egregious and flamboyant and not obviously legal. And so I don't like there are ways to stop these things. I'm fairly convinced that there will be at least pauses on funds being dispersed, and I'm very convinced that no future administration, should they want to pursue tax investigations, is going to be barred by this settlement.
It's not a rhino, it's a rhino. Victory in name only.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to cut off this conversation for a second. I happened to just run into this video. I posted it in the chat in the room. I am not fucking kidding. RFK just said it on a press conference that children who are circumcised early have double the rate of autism. And then Trump said, I have studied this for a long time.